So I'm going to be on the circuit like this. I will get Anna to come and join me, but we've unfortunately got the speaker right next to us blasting out music, so may not be that great for getting levels. But so first match will be Dida de Groot against Zhu Zhen. And I've been prized my co-commentator away from the chat, Louise. Levels on that too. Just getting a little windy again. It's getting windy again. It's a bit bad.
Hi boys, morning.
Well, a very good morning. Welcome to the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. A busy day of finals here on Centre Court on our first action will be getting underway shortly. Pleasure to have your company here with us today. To begin with a warm welcome to our board crew who are from all around Nottingham and our LTA on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Jane Crossan.
Please welcome your two players onto courts as they join the chair umpire in the middle, Dida de Groot and Zhu Zhenzhen. As our players get warmed up ahead of this one, let's give you some information about them and their journey so far here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. Starting off with world number one, Dida de Groot. Number one in both the singles and the doubles. A 36-time major champion, having won 19 titles in the singles, 17 in the doubles. Dida's won multiple wheelchair tennis masters titles between 2016 and 2018, both the singles and the doubles, as well as a gold medal in both the singles and doubles at the 2020 Tokyo Paralympic Games. She's also part of the Dutch team that won the World Team Cup on 8 occasions between 2011 and 2019. And yesterday with her partner Jessica Griffiths won the doubles competition here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. The journey so far in the competition, in round one. Quarter-final victory 6-2, 6-4 against Burnell, and a semi-final fellow Dutch player Aniek van Cote 6-love, 6-1. Please show your appreciation for Dida de Groot. Six on Zhu Zhenzhen, China, became the first Chinese wheelchair tennis player to compete at a major in the 2020 Australian Open, where she reached the singles semi-final, where she beats her opponent today, Dida de Groot. Started playing wheelchair tennis in 2005 at the age of 16, with 28 singles titles to her name and 40 doubles titles. Her journey so far this week, a bye in round one. The quarter-final beat Lucy Schuker 6-1, 6-4. And a semi-final victory over Dana Matheson 6-2, 6-4. Head-to-head, these two players have played each other 9 times, with the group winning 5 of those 4. Most recently, victory at the French Riviera Open. Zhen's last victory was at the Australian Open in 2020. To show your appreciation for Zhu Zhenzhen.
Hello and good morning. It's good to be back outside again after having to retreat inside because of the stormy weather we had all day in Nottingham yesterday, but we are back on the outdoor hard court. We're on centre court again in Nottingham for the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, and today we'll bring you the women's singles final, the quad singles final, and also the men's singles final, in that order. So we'll fast forward to later on where we'll see Alfie Hewitt against Joachim Gerard. That'll be the men's singles final. In between times it'll be Niels Vink against Schroeder in the quad singles final, and first up it will be the ladies singles final between the world number 1 Dida de Groot and world number 6 Zhu Zhenjian. Anna Smith is alongside me, as she has been for the last 3 days, and quite nice to be out in the breeze, and hopefully the weather is set fair for the rest of the day.
Fingers crossed we can actually see a little bit of the sun peeking through. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm sure both players and the crowd as well will be really happy that we are back outside.
So this will be the 10th meeting between these two. Actually, it's a very tight 5-4 differential between them, but that's a little bit offset really, because the fact is that in recent times, apart from once, the de Groot has had the better of their exchanges. 2020 was the last time Zhu beat de Groot. They went to 3 sets on hard court. That was the Australian Open. They haven't met all that many times. We were saying only 10. This will be the 10th meeting between them, and stretches back to their first meeting at the Queensland Open in 2016. De Groot on a 113 match winning streak, which dates back to the start of the 2021 Australian Open. Her last singles loss coming 2.5 years ago. So the expectation is that she'll get the job done here. And if she doesn't get the job done here today, why do you think there's a case to say that Zhu might actually cause us some problems? Lefty as well, obviously that gives her an extra dynamic and extra dimension to think about.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's always a little bit tricky for a right-hander playing a lefty, especially with the serve. It's always pulling away on the backhand side. It's always a little bit trickier to defend out of that corner. But I think we saw when she played against Dana Matthewson, she doesn't necessarily possess as much pace, and just it's going to be tough for her to cause some problems. She's more of a kind of all-court player. She's a bit nifty. She's quite tricky, but you'd have to say that Dida de Groot, this match is on her racket if she's able to bring anywhere near her top level.
Aiming for 4th British Open singles title this year. Wasn't here in 2022. Did win in 2018, 2019 and 2021. And is very happy to be back. Happy to be back outdoors. So she had to contest the doubles final with Jessica Griffithon inside on court number 2. But so we're very happy to be back outside again, and also with a full contingent of officials and ball boys and ball girls today. It's an important day, it's the finals day, so we have all the lines covered, and the players won't have to go be retrieving their own balls this time, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I know. Makes things go a little bit quicker, doesn't it? It's always nice. It just gives it a real nice feel to it.
Zhu does have, as I say, a record that many others would really love to have, only being 1 behind in terms of the win count. Zhu bidding if she could win today, and the odds are very stacked against her, but it can be one of those days. If de Groot comes out like she did in the quarter-final stage, well, that could be a very different picture today.
She did not really come out on top form, did she? I think she spoke about it after the match, and she said she's going to have to go up through the levels, and even now you probably wouldn't say she's still found her top level, but it has been good enough. But I'm sure she'll want a little bit of a quicker start out here, really assert her dominance.
They met at the French Riviera Open in 2023. They're only meeting this year, and in the semi-final, de Groot winning 6-3, 6-1. And the previous meeting, last time on hard court, was at the Wheelchair Singles Masters, where de Groot went through the card, 6-love, 6-love. Well, it's going to be the Chinese to serve first from the far end, as we get the women's singles final underway. Long rally to open up proceedings. Going the way of the Dutch woman. Well, if you've got rallies like that, it's going to be a very long game and a very long match in prospect. Don't give her an overhead. That's 9 times out of 10, probably 99 times out of 100. That's going right in the corner. And that's precisely where it went this time. In the groove now. Chinese has got a really rattly chair.
Yeah, I was just actually thinking that. I don't know if we saw in the semi-final you were commenting that maybe there was just something wrong, but I'm sure she'll have had it tweaked.
Well,
the mechanics here.
Yeah, this is the contrast. You can hardly hear de Groot's chair at all. Well, she's on the board straight away and breaking the serve to love. Ominous signs already for the Chinese.
Absolutely right. 3 winners in that opening game for the #1 seed. Like you say, ominous signs there. And I think those opening few exchanges there, the difference in power that they possess, I think that's the tricky part for Zhu. What has she got that's really going to hurt de Groot? She doesn't mind going long in the rally. She's able to shorten them up as well. And she then possesses that firepower where she's just able to inject a little bit of extra pace. And fortunately for the Chinese player, she just doesn't quite have that.
Let's go into the memory bank for when she last beat her on the hard court, which is all of 3.5 years ago. Perhaps de Groot's got a flight from East Midlands Airport. She's due to get about 12 o'clock. She's rattling through these points. That's better. On the board at last.
I think the worrying thing as well, though, for her opponents in the draw was, despite not being at her best, look at the scores in the quarterfinals, just dropped the 4 games. In the semi-finals, just dropped the 1 game. So even when she isn't at the top level, people are still struggling to win games against her.
You end up doing stuff that's outside your comfort zone, don't you? You don't play your game, you're trying to find a game that might potentially negate hers. And only 1 point against the serve this time. And Dida de Groot off to a flyer in the women's singles final here in Nottingham. She's on this 113 match winning streak lasting since the Melbourne Open 2021.
Can't afford to leave those balls short mid-court on the forehand. He's just able to manoeuvre the ball. You see he just gets around, gets in position. That's the pressure though that Dida de Groot puts on you. You've got to go closer and bigger to the lines, and you were saying about this not necessarily being her great game, wanting to be more aggressive, and you can tell here she's sort of having to redline to even stay with de Groot and still not managing that.
2 more break points for the Dutch women for a 3-love lead. We've only been on court for 10 minutes. It's pretty clear the crowd want Zhu to get into this match to prolong it just a little bit longer. Nice backhand winner. She'll need a lot more of those.
much there in that point. Doesn't miss too many of those forehands, but really good from Ju here, just hanging in there from 15-40 down. All of a sudden, got a break, game point rather, sorry. Their first game on the board.
Good finish to that game for the Chinese. And she actually, on 2 occasions, made de Groot really rush around like she didn't want to. Hastened the end of that point. So she is on the board. She holds her serve. Well, the first time round it was broken to love. This time round she comes through. And Dida de Groot, the #1 in the world, #1 seed here, leads you by 2 games to 1. To go through the roll call for the group: 5 times Australian Open champion, 4 times French Open champion, 5 times Wimbledon champion, 5 times US Open champion, going for a 6th in New York next month.
Scary numbers, isn't it? And also, if you think she's just 26 years old as well, the world's her oyster. Already 36-time Grand Slam champion. You do wonder what she has the potential to reach by the end of her career, don't you?
Well, the sky's the limit. And, will fly here. Only 1 point against her in the first 2 games. Xu holding on to her serve. So de Groot now serving for a 3-1 lead. Last 3 points going with the Chinese, so she's finding a rhythm, maybe starting to find her game.
I think she realises that she needs to be more aggressive, doesn't she? I think it's not just about hitting the ball harder. I think it's about opening up the court a little bit more. She's got to try and get de Groot moving, which she has had some success in that previous game as well. Then de Groot just injects a little bit more pace. The 1-2 punch, serve into the body, sets up the short ball, and we saw that forehand, especially yesterday at the crucial moments in that doubles match, came through and was really firing.
What I love most about watching de Groot are her angles. She gets them right in the corner. It's not this down the centre stuff, it's right into the corners.
Yeah, and she has the ability on both wings, doesn't she, as well? You saw there just on the backhand side that time, but the previous point on the forehand.
Nice rally from the Chinese. And even though de Groot was mixing things up, the Chinese was able to hang in with her on that point.
She's used the back behind as well a couple of times already to good effect.
And the first real fist bump of the match as the Dutch woman goes into a 3-1 lead. Even though it's relatively straightforward from her point of view, still enjoys those winners.
Of course she does. She's ever the perfectionist. She wants to win. She wants to play well. She's always looking to improve.
Let's see whether the Chinese can back up her service hold with another one here. Keep the first set going for a little bit longer. Talk about depth. It's about as deep as she could possibly put it off the service return there. Oh, nice. Very nice. She was flailing at air for a moment. De Groot. Just too much pace. Too much speed.
One thing I love about watching Dida when she's in full flow is the balance that she has when she hits the ball. She's always in position, able to get every sinew into the ball.
That grunts pretty much told you everything. The Chinese there. Another hard day at the office. Another 2 break points for the Dutch woman for a 4-1 lead. It was long. It was long, right in front of my commentary position. And she went brave on that second serve. She went very deep. But even with that, wasn't good enough to rescue the game. So second break for de Groot. And things are kind of going inexorably the way we thought they probably would. Some nice points from the Chinese, but not enough of them at this stage.
No, but I think a lot of that goes down to Dida de Groot being so relentless in what she does. Obviously, Zhu has got that game at 2-love, managed to save those break points. But like you say, it's just tough for her to be able to string it together. I think the pressure that de Groot puts on you is just constant, isn't it? It's coming from everywhere. It's coming from the serve. It's coming from the forehand. It's coming from the backhand. It's tough to find weaknesses in a game and to try and do it consistently. And so many players have found out on that 113 match winning streak. I think Michael gave us a stat the other day, wasn't it? She's just lost 9 sets in those matches, which is just unbelievable.
Zhu turns 34 on the 15th of this month, so in 9 days' time. Certainly when there was 7-year differential they were growing up, she got the better of the early exchanges.
Someone's got the same birthday as me.
Yeah, we've got a player later on today who does have the same birthday as me.
Oh, really? Well, when's that?
That'll happen in the quad singles. Sam Schroeder's got 25th of September, which is same birthday as me. Not same year, obviously.
You're much younger than him,
I
aren't
think
you?
I'm old enough to be his granddad, actually.
Not at all. I like the idea on that return, though, looking to move in, be aggressive.
Yeah, she has to try some things. There's no point getting out of this game going, I wish I'd tried that, and I wish I'd had a little go at that, and maybe should have just changed that up a bit. Do it in the game and see what happens. Now, it's interesting. I think there's quite a lot of players who would have gone for the lob there, because she was with her nose right over the tape. No, cross court.
Yeah,
Cross court.
but she just picks the right shot at the right moment, doesn't she? She doesn't ever really tend to go for the high percentage shot. Low percentage shot, should I say, rather. It's always the smart shot.
2 points for a 5-1 lead. Surprised she went on the second bounce there. Yeah, allowed her back into that point, I thought. Take it on the first bounce, take it early before De Groot was set.
She just doesn't look quite as comfortable taking it on that first bounce, does she? She's happy to let it bounce twice, and then the problem is you lose all the momentum on the ball, whereas De Groot is really always looking to try and take it on the first bounce, take as much pace on the ball as you possibly can.
So just that one service hold so far. If she doesn't hold this one, it will be first set the way of De Groot. Absolutely died on the court. It was a real grass cutter. If we had grass, it'd be a grass cutter. The equivalent of a hard court cutter.
It doesn't quite have the same ring
No,
to it, does it?
It doesn't really work, but what it did do was just absolutely lose all momentum on the surface there.
Tried another one. Tried that slice to keep it low this time. Didn't quite work at the top of the tape. It was tough though. Slightly higher, shoulder height to the back end, trying to hit down on it. It's always tricky.
He just has a kind of mournful sigh from Zhu, as if not much I can do about that. Not much she's been able to do about pretty much anything coming back her way. 2 set points for the Dutch woman. She's going to have to try again to close this one out.
30-40.
Two uncharacteristic unforced errors there from De Groot.
Wasn't expecting that.
Third set point for De Groot. That'll do it. What did that take in the end? Took less than half an hour for De Groot to get the measure of the Chinese. And we'll have a quick look through the stats in just a moment. But 6-1 is the most important one. And she's halfway towards yet another Nottingham title, her 4th.
It is a very professional performance again, wasn't it, from her? Just steamrolled again, just the 13 winners off the racket.
So 6-1, first set for De Groot. So another British Open singles title, having won in 2018, 2019 and 2021. And I'm absolutely thrilled and delighted to be joined by another of the winners from this week. Futures winner yesterday, Abby Breakwell. How good to see you. Welcome.
Hi.
Tell me about yesterday.
Oh, it was a really tough match, to be fair. I mean, we went to tie break in the 3rd set, and I was 4-2 down or 4-1 down as well in the 3rd set. So to be fair, to come back, I felt quite happy with that.
You're having a great year, aren't you?
Yeah, this is the 3rd title in a row that I've won. So to be honest, I'm just really happy that I'm playing well, and all the hard work's finally paying off.
Give me your take on De Groot. I mean, she must be the kind of player that you want to be eventually.
Oh, definitely. I mean, she's absolutely dominating the sport right now. And her ability to move around the court and preempt where the ball's going to be is just a whole nother level. And she just brings a whole different dynamic to the sport right now. And I think it's hard to challenge that because no one's really seen it before.
So as we go forward, I want you to give me a nice insight into the kind of things that she is doing. Because her all-court games, the thing that gets me, she doesn't seem to have any areas that you can capitalise on. She doesn't have a weak backhand. She doesn't have anything weak on the forehand. She can mix her game up. She can go long. She can go short. There doesn't seem to be anything in the armoury that you can actually tap into to break up.
Completely. I mean, she's just solid as well. Even with all the stuff in the armoury, it's not like she's inconsistent with anything either. She just constantly is able to repeat and repeat and repeat. And the ability as well to keep the power, but also to have a lot of spin on there, because that's something Zhu does very well. It's also preemptive, but Zhu doesn't have the power that Dida does compared to one another. But I think also Zhu is very good at creating a lot of spin that catches a lot of people off. Dida's game is very similar to a lot of other players where actually they hit quite hard through, whereas Zhu's a little bit different. But actually, Dida's dealing with it very well, and that's one of the very good things is actually she's able to adapt to all surfaces and all different types of players.
How difficult is it for a lefty to play a righty? What are the different dynamics you have to take into account when you've got a left-hander against a right-hander?
Well, it can be quite difficult as a left-hander. Normally, so if you're right-handed, when you serve to the deuce side, the ball's going to come out wider on that side, whereas a lefty is going to go wider. And if you're right-handed, majority of the time your backhand's going to be weaker, so it actually puts it on your weakness side. And because there's not as many lefties, it's harder to train against those, so you're not used to the type of ball and the type of spin that's coming at them. And it can be quite confusing, because actually if you're wanting to hit specifically to someone's backhand, it can be sometimes quite confusing that actually, oh, that's not their backhand, that's their forehand.
It is as a commentator, actually. You're looking at them going, well, that's a backhand. No, that's a forehand. And you have to, in your mind, when you're a commentator, you have to switch it around as well to remember that kind of thing. And there was, I mean, you probably watched a bit of that first set. There were a couple of moments. There were 3 points in a row, actually. The Chinese looked like she got into the rhythm, got into the groove, got 3 straight winners, and we're thinking, she's arrived. And then De Groot kind of goes, no, I can now snuff this one out. You know, she sees the pattern of play, and then she goes, no, I can negate that. I can stop that happening. And she does pretty much straight away.
Yeah, I mean, I think she does a lot of data analysis to be able to do that, to be able to know where a player is going to hit and actually predict where it's going to go and sit there before she's even hit it. It's just a whole new level. A lot of players struggle with that, but she's very natural at doing it. But also doing that data analysis and being able to video all these matches and watch them back is very important to be able to know where people are going to hit and where they're going to sit compared to when they're hitting.
Because you actually has a reasonable record against her. We'll do a 5-4, but most of those came early part of Dida's career. And we mentioned this 2.5-year unbeaten run that she's on. That's phenomenal, isn't it?
It's amazing. I mean, the way that she hits and the way that she moves. I mean, I've seen it off court as well, and it's like constantly, right, eat, gym, stretch, practice, eat, drink, stretch, practice, and it's just one after the other, whereas others may take a bit more time off just to recover a bit more, whereas she's constantly on the go doing different things. And it is completely different to what you see with some of the other players.
It was interesting, in the quarterfinals, I thought she was below par. It wasn't the Dida that we've seen over the years, but even then, she only dropped 4 games. And it kind of shows the chasm maybe between number 1 and the rest right now. She can have an off day, and she was having an off day. She admitted in the post-match interview that she's had an off day. She dropped 4 games.
To me, that's not an off day.
Well, we're still waiting, I think, for... Oh, no, they're both back in place now for the second set. So, all right, tell me what you would do if you was you. How would you change things up? What could you potentially do in set 2 to maybe change the dynamic?
I mean, to be fair, Dida's very good at predicting where the ball's going to go, so the best thing you can do really is mix it up where you're going to go. I mean, one of the things you definitely want to not do to her is give her the high ball. She's very good at attacking anything short, anything high. The Dutch, as a general, are very good at dealing with high balls and actually can do it better back at you a lot of the time. So actually keeping it low and making sure you're going back behind, so if you hit one way, hit there again, and just using the angles as best you can and hitting through the baseline.
You're going to tell me this is true, but she changed the chair. Is that a different chair?
I believe it is a new one, yeah.
Right, because the one she was using in the first set, if that is a different one, was clanking a lot. Because I thought it was a black chair she had earlier. I think she might have changed the chair.
I think the mechanic may have come on just to fix it a little bit.
Sounded like a chariot to me in that first set. It was clanking a lot. Anyway, here's De Groot. Still clanking a bit. Idea was good. Execution not. And I liked actually the other part at that point where she's trying to push the group deep. Push it, trying to push it by the baseline. She gives herself a chance. It gives herself a bit more time for shot selection that comes next. That must be so frustrating.
One of the differences between Dida and Zoo is Zoo's hitting most of the balls near the service line, whereas Dida's hitting it beyond that and actually keeping Zoo back and stopping her attacking, which is where she's very good.
Yeah, it's the depth of her game that really counteracts any kind of control that the other player has or any invention the other player might have. 40 love for a 1-love lead. I'm actually surprised she let her back in the rally there.
Yeah, I mean, very unusual for Dida. She normally just hits the ball very, very well. When hitting there, she would normally go for the deeper cross-court angle, whereas for some reason this time she just tried to do a bit more drop shot that didn't quite pay off.
Still 2 game points. That'll be fine. That'll close that one out. How did you find playing indoors yesterday? That's a slightly different dynamic for you.
Yeah, there's also a shorter runoff at the back, so with the chairs it's harder to recover sometimes because you've got less space to turn around at the back.
How many times you go into the curtain at the back?
Quite a few times.
Yeah, I thought so.
I've gone into the fence a few times as well when I've been outside, so you get what you get what you're given, and you just have to deal with it. But to be fair, though, I train here, I live around here, so I know the courts quite well. And also, Nottingham's quite known for being quite windy, whereas today it's actually very calm, which is unusual for this area, and that just brings a whole nother ball game when it is.
Yeah, so it doesn't affect the ball toss quite so much. We did see quite a lot of that on Thursday and Friday when ball tosses were being quite badly affected. But today, no, you can see those flags are fairly limp on the flag poles. I've won. Just takes the time away from you.
Definitely. She hits the ball inside of the baseline as well, trying to take as much time away as possible. And it's working really well.
Well, that's one occasion, one of the very few occasions in the match so far where she's had Dida de Groot grasping at air. Good retrieving by the Chinese. She's covered a lot of the court there. Breeze now blowing around the centre court of Nottingham.
You can see where Dida's slightly changed her positioning on court because Zoo's been hit serving to her backhand more. However, this time it hit more to her forehand, which caught her in a difficult position. So actually, she'll probably now change her position again slightly.
Yep, another double fault. It's second of the match. It brings up a chance for 2 love lead for the Dutch woman.
Lovely slice.
It was a lovely slice, and see how far she was behind the baseline to do it.
Zoo is very good at slicing, and actually on the grass court that works very well compared to the hard court.
Well, that's saved a potential break point for now anyway. Deeper for the serve, interesting. Why would she do that? Because she adjusted that chair quite a bit, didn't she? She was up against the baseline and decided to go just a little bit further back on the serve. Why would she do that?
She may do it potentially just to give herself a bit more time to read the next ball and also to help recover a bit better.
That was a great pickup. What a great pickup from the group. It's one of those where you can hear the racket actually hit the floor. But she managed to get underneath it and got a great purchase on it for a 2 love lead in the second. It looks to be going in one direction again after a 6-1 first set for De Groot against Zhu. Last 2 meetings, 6-love at the Singles Masters in 2022, 6-3, 6-1 for De Groot when they met on clay at the French Riviera Open. It's been 3.5 years since she took a set off her. Oh. Don't do your knitting, ball's heading your way.
Very nice, moving straight onto that, giving a good attacking ball.
That was moving. That was travelling, wasn't it? First ace of the match for De Groot. Love to have got a speed gun on that one. That was travelling. 40-15 for a 3-love lead. And we'll talk a bit more about you. Always a little longer because that's one break point on game point I should say. Already gone. What's happening here? Still having a problem with the chair?
Yeah, I think there's a problem with the chair.
I did say in the first set.
You can hear the
Well,
clanking.
yeah, exactly. That there is something not quite right about how it sounds. And Chelsea. Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised because it was something that we observed in the first set. It didn't sound right.
Yeah. Oh, the tyre's flat, look.
Ah, okay. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's going to take a little bit of work.
I mean, one of the difficulties you do have playing wheelchair tennis and travelling around the world is actually the damage that can be done to the chairs, especially on the airlines. Many players now are going to boxes to try and protect it, but sometimes it can be very difficult and they can also be lost.
Are you speaking from experience?
I've had to give my chair to Zoo beforehand in Spain in a competition there because her chair didn't arrive. So she asked me if she could borrow it, and she ended up taking the cushion off.
But they're kind of custom made for you, aren't they? I mean, when you get a chair to play in, not the one that you use when you're not on the court, it is custom made pretty much for you. It has your specifications. Must be very difficult to transfer it to somebody else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a chair like Zoo's is a little bit easier because it's more of a box shape and it's not moulded to you, whereas Dida's is moulded to her body shape, so it'd be much more difficult for someone to borrow her chair. Whereas Zoo, because it is more of a box shape, more people can use it. Zoo also, because of her one leg being slightly smaller, she has it so it drops down so she can stand on a foot plate still.
Okay.
So one side slightly dropped down, as you can see she's only got one shin pad, there's one slightly drops down straight down. So that's one of the difficulties as well, is every disability will need a slightly different chair.
Yeah.
But my chair's quite unique to myself with measurements, but also I know at every tournament I know at least one player I can borrow a chair off when I go that I can fit in.
Yeah, look at others' specifications. Yeah, I could do that chair. I could fit in that chair. That chair would work for me.
Oh, can I just have a go in your chair?
Have you changed your chair much? I mean, as you've grown, do you have to change it much?
Definitely. I mean, chairs are like clothes. When you grow, you have to change. I mean, I grew a foot within a year when I was younger, and I had to buy a new chair very quickly, as it just no longer fit because it got really tight on the hips, and my knees were touching my chest because they got too long. My knees did. But to be fair,
pretty difficult to play with that in that kind of position, isn't it?
Definitely, as well. And the idea with the chair as well is that you want your bum higher than your knees, so then actually it helps you turn quicker. Right. And it helps you to go faster as well and get more push onto the wheels.
It turn in circle, doesn't it, in effect? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So actually, a lot of people, compared to like the quads who don't have full core, they will have their bum lower than their knees to help them stay in the seat so they're not tipping out and they're not moving and wobbling about too much, and it gives them more stability.
Right, I did say we talk about you, and we might as well, because we've got quite a time while the tyre's being changed on that. To say the future for you now, having won the futures here, what are you aiming at for the rest of this year and indeed 2024?
I'm really wanting, one of my big aims for the end of this year is to try and win an ITF 3, so it's the next stage up from my futures. It's a big jump and it is a bit more difficult, but really over this next year through qualification for the Paralympics, I really want to try and push for it and try and go as much as I can. I know it's going to be very difficult as everyone's trying to push for the Paralympics, but it is a possibility.
How tough will it be to get on that team for Paris?
It's going to be very tough. There's a lot of people wanting the spots and there's a lot of people wanting to try and get there, but if I stick to what I know and stick to how I know I can play, then I've proved it this week that actually I can play to a high level, but it's just doing it more often, which can be quite difficult.
I saw you 2 years ago in Loughborough. You have come on so much in that 2 years. It's hard even to even recognise the same player.
Yeah, definitely.
2021.
I mean, I'm 20 years old now. This is my second year on full-time tour, and I'm still in education as well. I'm in university studying. So actually being able to balance both can be quite difficult sometimes, but actually I feel like I'm doing quite well at it. I think definitely that studying alongside it can be quite stressful, but actually it's allowing me to have more time to think about my tennis and actually study tennis as well, of understanding it. So I'm doing sports therapy, which is a lot more anatomy based. So I understand actually the rehab and prehabs more, so I feel like I'm less likely to get injuries because I understand what I need to do to prevent it.
Who do you seek advice from in the British team? Which other players do you talk with and talk to about how you progress and what kind of things you can alter maybe within your game?
Oh, well, we all talk to one another, really. We've all got each other's phone numbers. I mean, I spoke to Elfie beforehand in the past of actually, like, funding is a major thing for us. I mean, tennis is so expensive. The wheelchairs on their own and the rackets. And
How much does your cost, by the way? Just put it in perspective. I mean, you can't go out and buy yours because yours is specifically made for you, but if you could, what kind of amount of money would we be talking
If you
about?
want a bespoke chair like mine, you're looking more around £9,000. I mean,
It's a car, isn't it?
It is a car,
yeah.
yeah. And especially if you've grown or your disability changes or you need an adaptation to it, you're going to have to buy a new chair, and they can be very expensive. And it's the same with the day chairs. They're about 4,000 or 5,000 as well, just to be able to get around every day. So they can be very expensive.
Especially when you have to, as you mentioned, you have to change them. You know, fine if you could stick with one for like 5 to 10 years, but you can't. So you have to, alter them. And is there much of a market for selling them on?
You can do, but they don't sell as much as obviously what you're buying them from. But a lot of the time, so I coach as well, so I've sold ones that I've had beforehand. But sometimes they're not always the easiest to sell, because a lot of people want brand new ones, and like you said, they're bespoke for you, so they're a little bit more difficult to sell. But it is possible, especially to local clubs who need chairs for youngsters to come in through. Because if you can imagine an expensive chair for somebody who's coming through and very first starting, it's going to be very difficult for them to start and buy their own chair.
Absolutely. You mentioned Alfie here, and I talked to Alfie when we had a bit of a delay the other day. We had that rain break for about an hour, and he was saying that even now, and you consider he's been at the top level for 7 or 8 years, he's still working on things. He's still tinkering on things. There's still things that he doesn't quite like about his game. What are you working on? Is there anything specific that you're working on to improve?
I think I'm working on everything at different points, and it's a little bit so something that I was told and I still stick to very much this day is when you're starting out, you make big leaps and big changes, and then it gets to a point actually there are no longer big changes you need to do. It's little 1%, so like making sure there's more spin on your forehand, more consistency, that sort of thing. And now I've got to the point where them big leaps aren't happening so much, and it's just those little steps. And I think that's something that Dida's done very well, is actually she's made them little steps very quickly compared to others where it may take them a little bit longer.
So what's a good thing we could do now is just talk about the backup that you get at events like this. Now, as you say, a tyre can go, there needs to be sometimes adjustment to the chair, and have people like this guy on standby to just leap into action, what he's had to do here, but he's probably doing something else out the back, and suddenly, you're required on centre court. The infrastructure and the backup that you have at events like this is immense, isn't it?
Definitely. I mean, compared to some tournaments, you don't have a mechanic, and I've had to learn how to change tyres and make sure my casters are working properly in between matches. I mean, one of the first things we learned, which is actually this guy here, James, he actually taught us how to change our tyres and how to make sure our casters are the right height.
Right.
So, for example, on clay court, your wheels sink into the ground more, so you need your back caster higher to stop you from sinking so much. But being able to change that very quickly if you've realised it's not quite the right setting on your court, because each court's going to be a different setting, then you've got to do that very quickly within between points.
Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I think already audibly I can hear her chair sounds different. It did sound really weird in that first set, I've got to be honest. But anyway, just to go back to the match, we left it 2-love to De Groot, and she's got a point for 3-love. Well, she did have a point for 3-love. And that nicer sounding chair now has given the Chinese a chance to get back into this game. It definitely was making some very odd noises earlier on. So now. Yeah, that kind of sounded like there were bits about to fall off it in the first set, and I'm thinking, that's not right. The Dida sounds so quiet, you can hardly hear it move at all. Yeah, she's done that a few times, probably more unforced errors than she would like in the match, but the problem is, we look at her as almost superhuman, so when she does make mistakes, it just seems to be amplified, doesn't it? Oh, she's made a mistake. Other mere mortals, we kind of shrug our shoulders, but with her, it's quite an event. No, it wasn't up. That's on the third bounce. Toughest service game so far for the Dutch woman. Quite got it done yet. Double fault from de Groot, which is her first. Back to Juice. Well, since the restart, Chinese had the better of the exchanges.
Definitely. I think she's moving on to the ball much better and she's attacking it more.
Has her first break point. That's one of those you definitely want back again.
Just got jammed up there slightly from the serve.
Yeah, she can just put that extra oomph into the serve, can't she? Just up the...
It just looks so smooth as well when she hits it. It looks effortless.
She can adjust the speed on it at will. She can float one in, or she can put a little bit of extra bite behind it.
That can definitely put off players as well with the different speeds.
Advantage to the Dutch woman on second. Oh, it's actually first serve still. Cool. Yeah, she does see the game out. Took a bit longer than she would have liked, I'm sure, but she is 3-love in the second set. Let's talk about another winner yesterday. Mr. Penny winning the men's.
Definitely. I mean, that match was absolutely amazing, that singles. I mean, Josh has just come back from an injury as well. He dislocated his elbow not that long ago. And actually for Andrew to keep pushing, and the fact that he was so down in the third set as well and managed to bring it back even after 3-love down, absolutely amazing. Both of them have come on so much over the last couple of years, and they should both be very proud of how they played.
Because we're talking a lot, obviously, right now, as we should do, about Gordon and about Alfie, but we need that next generation. We need that next lot to come through. And Andrew's had his issues last couple of years with classification and everything else. That, you know, there was a chance that he may not be able to play in these events.
Definitely. I mean, classification it's just so difficult for a lot of players sometimes, because some players are borderline and it can be very difficult. But he's got through it and he's now playing, and he is doing very well. I think this is his he's won a few tournaments now this year.
Yeah, certainly on the up and up, and another one to be trying to push for that Paris team next year.
Definitely.
Right, back to the action here. Love 3 on the Chinese racket. Trailing by a set to love and love 3. Totally underneath that one. Kind of, you're looking over the net, you go, Tita de Groot. I won't say you're already beaten by the time you get out on the court, but you really have to remember you're just playing a player, a person.
Exactly.
Oh, to be fair, she gave everything to that first serve.
Yeah.
I think that was probably her fastest serve of the match. She just gave as much as she could, full rein on that one. Still wasn't good enough. wind was really affecting the ball toss then.
Yeah.
It's just coming up. It's not strong, but it's just kind of the way it's swirling a little bit. Look at the flags are kind of going in different directions.
Can be quite difficult sometimes, especially if it's bouncing off buildings and coming off the back of the court as well.
She's in a big hole here. Not 40.
The only thing is, if you do a big serve, the less work they have to do as returners, because they don't have to put the pace into it, which can also be quite difficult if you have to generate yourself. Because the racket is a trampoline. You just face it the right way and it'll go.
Well, it's coming off the sweet spot, that is.
That's very true.
Give it a bit too much on that one. Second serve for the Dutchman to look at. Yeah, she's waited for the Chinese to commit. Which way was she going to go? Well, the ball was going to go direct behind the chair, and that's exactly what happened there.
The fact she's able to push onto that so quickly as well gives her the opportunity to watch where she's going, where she's not having to concentrate on the pushing and watching at the same time.
Well, she's taken the last 5 games. Only that one service hold so far for Zhu. Means that we are potentially 2 games away from conclusion of this women's singles final. Yeah, just a bit long. Right idea, just a bit overhit.
Just a little bit too much, that's all.
That's the 1-2 punch as best exemplified as you'd ever like. Look at this. Just look at this 1-2 punch here.
It's just sitting waiting for her.
Yeah, that's going to be a very straightforward game, and when the group can do that, the right, nice purposeful serve, come in behind the serve, put it away, job done. It makes it look so simple.
It really does. Don't feel like it on the court
No, I'm
sometimes.
sure it doesn't. See how quickly these service games go. She's already 40 love up. That's too long.
She just took the power off there and Zhu just didn't see it.
So it's now 5 love, and we are very nearly done as far as this match is concerned. Yeah, so what's next for you?
Next for me is Ath. I'm going to Belgium. I've got a week off for training though first to recover from this tournament and go on to the next one.
Right, and then do you get a break? I mean, is there a break in terms of your season schedule now?
I'm taking a break because I go back to university and I'm having a week for a holiday. But even though I'm on holiday, I'm still going to be doing gym work and different things like that. Tennis player never rests, but it is nice to go away for a little bit.
So when you're back in the lecture hall and all that kind of stuff, your weekly schedule must have to change. You haven't got as much time to be out on the court. How do you do that juxtaposition, the juggling act, if you like, between studies and pursuing your tennis career?
Like I said earlier, it can be very difficult. I mean, I do 20 hours a week on court, as well as 4 hours off, and it's very much from 8 o'clock in the morning till 9, 10 o'clock at night. I'm doing something throughout the entire thing, have an hour for lunch, carry on, do the next thing. But it's very much of making sure you have a timetable and making sure you fit everything in really well, and just making sure you've got very good time management. That's the main thing.
Right, you've obviously got things you've got to write, you have modules you've got to write and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, so a lot of things to cram in. Do you ever sleep?
Sometimes.
A little cat nap occasionally.
One of the things I love about this event is actually you have the ball crew members that are local kids actually coming in to do this. And I was a ball crew member, that's how I started tennis, is actually here as a ball crew member myself.
Yeah, it's quite nice not having to go and retrieve the ball that we're having to do earlier on in the week. Great angle. Great angle. So we're looking for that kind of shot for quite a while now. Pulls it off.
Zhu is very good when she's inside of the baseline getting those angles. When she's behind it, she does struggle a little bit more.
Oh, she's going back to 15 all. The ball toss just a little bit problematic. I think you warmed up with her today.
I did this morning. She asked me last night if I'd like to come back in, so a little bit more of an early start again, but I don't mind.
What was that experience like?
Amazing. I absolutely love hitting with Zhu. I mean, it's the next level up, and the only way you can get better is playing against those players.
Well, she's going to find something very quickly here, or else the final will be over and done with. You can have a bit more play on another court if you want after this.
Definitely found it there on that shot. Excellent.
Yeah, there've been probably not enough of them, but there have been some really good points from the Chinese today. She has some really good winners. She needs probably about twice as much, if not 3 times as many against De Groot. Like in a few games yet, if she can. Yes, could lift that up. Good recovery shot initially, but that means that we've reached championship point for Dida de Groot. And 1 is all she needs. There's the service return going flying past the Chinese. And that is a very emphatic way to win your 4th Nottingham Open.
Definitely. I mean, there's nothing you can do about those shots at that point. It's just
Conclusion of our first
no way of
final
getting there.
Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships.
Yeah. So 2018,
And the winner of all the
2019,
singles,
2021 and 2023. She wasn't here last year. I think everybody else was quite happy with that. Gave them a chance to get a look in. But I'm looking forward to you doing a head-to-head with her in the future.
I can't wait. I'd love to play against her. That would be a great opportunity.
Well, that's probably not too far away. Abby, thank you for your time today. Hope everything goes well for the rest of the year, and it'd be great if you make that Paris team next year.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Abby Breakwell, who won the futures yesterday in the women's singles, and we look forward to her progress as she goes forward. As I say, I saw her a couple of years ago in Loughborough, and big move forward since then. The stats from that second set, and you can see that well, that's a dominance again by the Dutch woman who takes yet another title, and that is her 79th career singles title. It shows you just how good the 27-year-old has been. She's only 27, that's the thing. She's 27, she could be in this sport for another 10 years, who knows if she fancies it, but plenty more of those. Oh, you're still with it, you might as well say so. I don't want to throw you away as you're sitting beside me. Give me your closing thoughts.
Oh, I think definitely Dida's a very good player, and like you said, she's very young. She's got a long way to go before she even probably looks towards retirement. But it's absolutely amazing. I mean, there is players on tour still, especially those in the men's who are playing in the Paralympics who are like 60, 70. So who knows? Possibilities are unlimited.
Can't imagine her going on quite that long, but you know, we were just kind of doing a comparison with her and Esther Vakir the other day, just saying, you know, how brilliant Esther was. I mean, Dida has a chance of actually almost exceeding that and going beyond what Esther Vakir did all those years ago.
I believe she's got the same amount of Grand Slams now as well. So actually, if she wins one more, she could have more than Esther Virginia.
Well, she could do it next month, because that would be her 6th US Open title if she could win it.
Definitely. I mean, it would be amazing to see a whole new generation coming through, making sure that actually tennis is progressing as it should be.
I read this earlier. 5 times Australian Open champion, 4 times French Open champion, 5 times Wimbledon champion, 5 times US Open champion, and it could well be 6 in a few weeks' time.
Well, time now then for the presentation here at the Lexus British Open.
Right, we'll hand over to Michael for the presentation.
The women's singles this morning. To conduct the presentation, please say we're joined by the tournament director, Kirsty Thompson. A few thank yous to get us underway. First of all, massive thank you to our LTA officials, our ball crew, and of course your chair umpire, who is Jamie Crowson. And of course these events require a lot of people to make happen, so a massive thank you to our events team, all of our volunteers, and Karen and the driving team. And a big thank you to a gentleman who made a guest appearance in this final, James, who's been in charge of wheelchair repair this week. He's been fantastic, giving advice to our Futures event, to our younger athletes, and also on hand for all of our athletes here as well. And from the weather today, you wouldn't have guessed it, it has been a little bit damp this week. So a massive thank you to our grounds team, who've done a tremendous job earlier in the week between showers, re-preparing the courts and getting everything ready for us over the last couple of days. So a massive thank you to our grounds team. A big thank you, as always, to Lexus and all of our official partners and sponsors as well. And finally, a massive thank you to you, the spectators. I know some of you have been here, not just today, but throughout the week as well. I know all the players really appreciate all your support throughout the week. So massive thank you to all of you as well. Well, time now to hand out some trophies. First of all, please put your hands together for our runner-up this year in the women's singles at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, Zhu Zhenchen. And now for your champion of the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, Dina de Groots. Dina, congratulations, another title for you. Sum up this week for us. It's been a great week, not just winning this one, but you won the doubles as well.
Yes, it's been a very nice week here. I always love playing here, and I think this one could be a very special one, as I've heard some rumors about a different setup for next year, and I think throughout decades even, the tournament's been here, and it's always been such a monumental time of the year to come here after Wimbledon, so it's always a special one. So I'm happy to have this this version, the last one maybe here. I don't know if it's official yet, but no, but I'm just still very happy to be here, and thank you to all of the organizers throughout all of the years to have this tournament.
Performance history at the minute, that's another victory. If my maths is right, that's 114 straight wins for you now. Where do you feel you are at the moment with your game? Like how far can you continue to go with your performances? How many more trophies can you win, and how are you feeling going obviously into the US?
I should keep you with me for the stats. No, I'm personally, like I've said before, I don't really look at the numbers as much because I really just enjoy playing and enjoy improving. And I think this week sort of showed everyone, but also myself, that I'm on the right path. I have another tournament next week, which is going to be at home, so I'm very excited to play in front of the home crowd. And then it's only 2 or 3 more weeks until the US Open, so I still have a few more weeks, and I can still improve a little bit, but also just enjoy the summer a little bit and have a little rest.
Well, enjoy the rest of the summer. Hopefully it's warmer in the Netherlands than it is here and a lot drier. But wish you well for the rest of the season as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your champion here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, Dina de Groot.
Yeah, she has done it again, as we anticipated. Fairly short order
official photos
as
on
well.
court, and then
So
we'll
while
have
they
our
do
next
the
final of the
ceremony, I'll remind you that we have 2 more finals to come. Next up, it will be the quad singles final. We'll see Niels Vink against Sam Schroeder, and then following that, it will be the last of the finals for this week. It will be the men's singles final between Alfie Hewitt and Joachim Gerard. Will be later on in the day. We'll bring you that quads singles final in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Time for our next action then here on centre court of the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship. It's our quad singles final between Niels Fink and Sam Schroeder. Again, a warm welcome to our LTA officials and your chair umpire for this match, who is Sue Baker. Once again, a welcome to our ball crew. While our players get warmed up, let's give you some information about them and their journey so far this week here in Nottingham. Starting on Niels Fink from the Netherlands. The 2020 Summer Paralympics. Fink won a gold medal with his partner. His opponent today, Sam Schroeder, in the quad doubles and a bronze in the quad singles. He's got 40 doubles titles to his name, including 2 Grand Slam titles, winning Wimbledon and the Australian Open. Got 35 singles titles, including another 2 Grand Slams, and victories at Wimbledon and Roland Garros. His journey so far this week had a bye in round 1, quarter-final. This is Masarak 6-2, 6-love. And in the semi-final, another straight set victory versus Andy Lapthorne, winning 6-1, 6-1. Please show your appreciation for Niels Vink. His opponent for this final, fellow Dutch player Sam Schroeder. Schroeder is a former quad wheelchair singles and doubles world #1. Schroeder's won his first major title at the 2020 US Open, where he defeated Dylan Alcott in the final of the quad singles. He has 7 Grand Slam doubles titles, including the Australian Open in 2023, Wimbledon in 22 and 23, the French in 2020 and 22, and the US Open title in 2021 and 22. Got 4 Grand Slam singles titles, having won the Australian Open, Wimbledon and the US. His journey so far this week in round 1, straight sets victory versus Shaw, winning 6-2, 6-love. Quarter-final, Sugano, 6-love, 6-1. Semi-final victory versus Ramhadi, 6-1, 6-1. Please show your appreciation and support for Sam Schroeder. Head-to-head, these two, 25 previous meetings. They last met in the Roland Garros final, which was a victory for Vink. And the last victory for Schroeder was in January at the Australian Open. Well, please show your appreciation for both of our players then here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship, our quad singles final, Niels Vink versus Sam Schroeder. And I'll hand you over to your chair umpire, who is Sue Baker.
3 minutes.
Right, second final of the day, second of 3. It is the quad singles final. The top 2 in the world, who both happen to come from the Netherlands. Niels Vink is the world #1, and Sam Schroeder is the #2. It is their 26th meeting since they first encountered each other on the clay in 2018, when Vink got the early victory. Since when he's had the upper hand, he is the world #1. They've met on 5 occasions this year, most of which have been on hard court, all but 1. And it's been, apart from the Australian Open, all Niels Vink. He won the Melbourne Wheelchair Open, won the Cajun Classic, won the Japan Open, and they're only meeting on clay as well, which did go 3. It's one of 2 encounters that went 3 sets this year. That was one in the final set 6-4 by Niels Vink. When they met in Melbourne, it was won 6-2 by Vink. The only win for Schroeder was that Australian Open victory on the hard court in 2023. But for the most part, certainly in recent times, it has been the 20-year-old who's got the better of the 23-year-old. Smith is back alongside me again after that Abby Breakwell contribution. Very good one it was too, talking about what she did yesterday, and indeed where we are going forward. And where are we going forward now with the quad singles? A man who really has emerged massively in the last couple of years is the world #1.
I remember watching him back when he won his first title here, age 16, and you could already tell he was a star in the making, and he's just gone on to bigger and better things, hasn't he? And still just at the age of 20 years old, he's got so much more to achieve in the game.
And elected to receive.
He won the British Open title at the age of 16, right here in Nottingham, and the British Open title on his debut. That's for Sam Schroeder.
30 seconds.
Won the 2021 final. The last 13 meetings have all come in finals as well. They've managed to not have any hiccups in semi-finals and have all got through to the finals. They've met in all the 4 Grand Slams in the last year or so. Wimbledon, Schroeder winning last year. US Open, Vink winning. Australian Open, Schroeder winning. And then Roland Garros this year, Niels Vink winning. So they do come up against each other quite often at Grand Slam finals. Vink generally having the upper hand. Vink has won 4 of their 6 meetings at the Grand Slams. Roland Garros last year, 2022, but so they have one British Open title apiece. So somebody's going to go 2-1 up today. Very impressed with Vink in the semi-final. Very impressive indeed. Good all-court game, a lot of power behind it. Haven't seen Schroeder so far because we've not actually covered any of his matches this week, so it's our first look, certainly on the stream anyway, of Schroeder this week.
Sam Schroeder to start.
Now it will be Sam Schroeder to start
First set.
this quad singles final at Nottingham.
$15. 30. Next for service. Let replay the point.
Yeah, it wasn't because of the ball touching the top of the net, it was because the ball that was spare of the back of the court. It was a very late leg call if that was the case, but it was because of a spare ball at the back of the court.
$30.15. $40.15.
I think we'll see a lot of these types of points as well. Schroeder just putting the ball in awkward places. Vink is going to probably be the one who's going to be a little bit more aggressive, has a little bit more of the power.
$40.30.
I actually noticed the patriotic wheel rims the other day in orange.
Quite cool, I like it.
Deuce.
Got the matching t-shirt as well, hasn't he?
Just as bright, the future's orange. So we have a certain age group to remember that phrase.
I do actually remember that one.
Advantage Schroeder.
He thought it was long. He thought the serve was long, but not given. The line's judged right on that one, so.
Game. Schroeder.
And Schroeder takes the first game on the serve.
First game.
We do have a full contingent of officials on the lines, and obviously we have ball boys and ball girls looking after those duties as well today. So it's the first time we've actually on the stream this week seen Sam Schroeder, because all his matches have been on courts other than centre. Very much in the shadow of his Dutch teammate in terms of world ranking, but not a million miles behind.
Niels Vink to serve.
It was very cool to have his first serve, and not causing, well, I'd say not causing too much of a problem, but just a little toss-up issue the forehand. That's where the wind is a bit more prevalent.
15 love.
It's going to be a little bit trickier for the players who are down Schroeder's end. The sun's just starting to make an appearance. It could make things just a little bit tricky, especially for Niels Vink, the right-hander, looking into the sun.
30 love. T 15.
Took that nice and early. That's what he's able to do really well.
30 all.
Like I said, he doesn't necessarily have the most power, but he's able to take the ball on the rise, take time away from his opponent.
30 all.
Forty, 30.
Just gave it a little bit too much. So 0.41 all in this first set of the quad singles final. Ooh, no. Just had a feeling he might do that. Quite a bit of court. He wants to land that ball. Just went a bit too far into the tram lines, and we are at 1 apiece. Last encounter was Roland Garros, where they went 2-3, with Schroeder getting the first set in that one.
Love 15.
Nice return there from Niels Vink. Again, just looking to take the ball on early, really getting the body weight through the court.
I'm
always fascinated as well when I watch Sam Schroeder play. If you look at grip on his left hand there, you see most players normally tape their hands to the racket. He tapes his hand and then he has a device that he puts on the racket and straps himself into the racket. I think that time it slipped out of his hand now. But he manages to play every single shot with the same grip.
Yeah, just so they're hitting a little bit at the moment. Maybe the sideline or the baseline. Just putting a little bit too much oomph into those shots. Back to 30 all. That was perfect. That's what he's been aiming for. And the two that went slightly wide, one was perfection.
The advantages of it. Lefty as well, isn't it? As always pulling away the right-hander's backhand.
Yeah, again, we've seen that in other matches. Take it on one bounce. 2 bounces takes all the way off it, takes all the emphasis away from it, and invariably people will either go long or they put it in the net. Don't understand why you take 2 bounces there. Oh, nearly, but a very good effort. Very determined effort to get to that ball, but
Advantage, Vink.
it doesn't quite work out. So here's the first break point potential. No, the angle way too good from Niels Vink.
Vink leads by 2 games to 1.
So early breakthrough for the world number 1. So their last meeting in Nottingham was very profitable from a Schroeder point of view. They've got 1 British Open title each. So the last time was head-to-head between these two. Schroeder came out on top, and we see that he has got a game that will trouble Vink. He's just got to make sure he finds the lines.
Yeah, of course. He has got a lot of weapons. He knows what to do. He knows where the spaces are on the court. He knows where to put it to make it difficult for Vink. But he's just a couple of times pulled the trigger, just missed either in the top of the tape or just pushed it a fraction wide. Still just trying to find his range a little bit. Probably can say that for both players as well. Just starting to heat up like the temperature is here, thankfully, in Nottingham.
Talked a lot about Vink, so we've seen him a couple of times already. Schroeder was born with split hand and split foot syndrome, a rare genetic disorder which has caused his hands and feet to develop abnormally. He's got 3 toes on each foot and is missing most of the fingers as a result of the syndrome, so that will explain the strapping that you see. He was also diagnosed with bowel cancer in 2017. His colon removed. So he's overcome an awful lot of adversity to get to where he has got world number 2. Here's the world number 1 serving it 2-1.
Used that drop shot a couple of times now.
15 off.
It's really important when you are looking to use the drop shot that you make sure that your opponent's pretty deep behind the baseline, don't you? Can you disguise it well as well? And he has done that the both times he's used it so far.
30 love. Thirty, 15. First service. Net. First service. Fourteen, 15. Game, Vink.
Yeah, not too many returns coming off the Schroeder racket in that game. So Vink moves and motors ahead. 3-1.
Love 15.
That was a big double fault, that one.
Just didn't quite get enough racket head speed up the back of the ball. Couldn't get it to drop inside the service line, and Vink's just starting to make his move here. Great serve into the body, setting up the short ball, and that time making no mistake with the forehand.
15 all.
You said earlier you wanted to see him take it on the first bounce. That's exactly what he did with that one.
Good rally by Schroeder there.
30-15.
Always advisable to trade with Vink, but it worked out that time.
Manoeuvred the ball around well, didn't he? Those are the type of rallies that he's going to want to play point in, point out. Picked the wrong way, didn't he? Should have looked to maybe go into the space there, tried to get Vink going back behind, but he read it. Was able to manoeuvre the chair quickly, get the slice back cross court.
Just injects a little bit more pace. Right down that. As Schroeder's looking left-hand tram line. And absolutely no way of recovery.
Game, Vink.
It's moving inexorably in one way.
Vink leads by 4 games to 1.
Yeah, this match is definitely moving rapid rate of knots towards Niels Vink. And I was talking about Schroeder with his split hand, split foot syndrome. And Vink had meningococcal sepsis, bacteria infection, nearly died at the age of 1. And lost both of his legs, his fingertips, and various patches of skin as a result. All those was inspired by watching the 2012 Paralympics, which I think for a lot of people still the greatest ever in terms of the way it was put forward. They really were. It was one of those where Paralympics was Paralympics. It was treated in the same way as the Olympics. It had the same kind of infrastructure put into it in terms of publicity and pretty much everything. It had an equal status that year, and it did inspire so many people.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, though, isn't it, with these events? And you don't want to see a difference between the Olympics and Paralympics. And like you say, I think the way they managed to promote it, and so many people were inspired by it, and you want to see that next generation when you have Olympics, and you know, that's exactly prime example right here now. Back in 2012, watch it, and now he's the world #1.
Leading in this final by 4 games to 1. A double break.
Love.
She's starting to slip away in this opening set for Schroeder. I think just starting to go up through the gears. That forehand really causing the left-hander a lot of problems out here.
Game, Vink.
Yeah, either missing the sidelines or missing the baseline at the moment.
Vink leads by 5 games
Schroeder.
to 1.
And in a matter of moments, what was quite a competitive match is turning out to be quite one-sided. I think a double break has backed up both of those breaks. Now he'll be hoping to go in for the kill on the 7th game. Get the first set under his belt. It's quite a promising start by Schroeder. It's just kind of fallen away a little bit.
Love 15.
You'd have to say as much of that due to Niels Vink just finding his form, being a lot more aggressive. Schroeder just hasn't really had the chance to boss too many of these rallies.
On.
That's the one. I thought maybe he could have moved in, taken it on the first bounce, chose to move back. Ball lost a lot of the pace, really had to generate his own and just couldn't quite find the height over the net.
Not too many winners at the moment. Ball's going long or into the net. That'll suit Schroeder in terms of getting a second game on the board.
Always need a little helping hand from the frame sometimes.
Vink leads by 5 games to 2.
Yeah, it could be best described as scrappy. I don't think there was a winner in that single game.
No, not by my reckoning either.
Everything is either dumped in the net or went long. So 5-2. He's got some work still to do just to see this one out, but does seem to be going inexorably in one direction. Last 13 meetings, all in finals. The one here It's fair to say the quad division doesn't quite have the depth of the other wheelchair couplings.
No, they don't. I think that's one thing that they obviously will look to keep growing. Doesn't happen overnight. It takes time in events like this, especially you've got things going outside on the other courts as well, where events that people can come and try and hopefully get inspired and join the event. But it's still a sport that's got so much potential to grow, and we will see that over the years. If you look at how much has come on in the last decade or so, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, so front and centre of the Paralympics. It will be in Paris next year, of course. Vink serving 5-2 for the first set.
Love 15.
Rare blemish on the serve. That's his first double.
Love 30.
A little bit of applause there from his Dutch teammate.
Just found the line. Thought it was maybe going to float wide, but
15, 30.
tipped in. Still just hanging in this game. He'll want to serve it out, keep the momentum going. I love that shot though, that high, heavy topspin.
30 on.
Going to the backhand, so hard to be able to control that up at shoulder height.
Great return. Belligerent return from Schroeder.
Second one of those we've seen today, this time on the forehand in this game, rather, should I say. First one was on the backhand, this time forehand working to equally good effect.
Break point. Bring it back to 3-5. And without having to do too much work on that point, that's exactly what happens.
Vink leads by 5 games.
Looked like it was fairly inevitable that Vink was going to close out the set. Not the case. Schroeder's back within 2 games. Ball back on his racket. The problem has been he's not been able to hold on to his serve. That would be a very good time if he has ambitions of turning this match around, to hold on to the serve here, bring it back to 5-4 and say to Vink, all right, you serve it out.
Love 15.
Serve's just sitting in the middle of the box far too often for Vink. Able to control the point from the return. Same thing again there, but got a little bit of luck. Pretty soft
Love 30.
net out here. The net tip's a little bit harder. get a little bit higher bounces, don't always go over.
Love 40.
And he worked so hard to get back into the set in that last game. He's kind of handed a couple of points on the plate to Vink, and he's handed him 3 break points, which are 3 set points.
Game and first set.
And he needs just one.
6 games.
And the #1 seed and the champion of 2019 is halfway towards winning his 2nd British Open title. 6-3 first set. The #1 Dutchman getting the better of the #2 Dutchman at this stage. With a 6-3 first set. We'll see what the tail of the tape is in terms of the statistical breakdown on that first set.
He was happy to get the job done in that last game. Didn't want to leave anything to chance getting it back to 5-4, but a very positive set from Niels Vink there. Did really well. Clinical. Look at those break points. 3 out of 3 every time he got an opportunity. Still bits he wants to clean up a little bit more, but Schroeder first serve percentage in, winning a high number of points behind the first serve. Neither player really backing up the second serve that well though, but overall Vink was just the more dominant, proactive player, wasn't he? Showed it in fits and starts, but he just wasn't able to do it for enough, and credit to Vink, he just didn't allow him to. Schroeder's got to maybe go back to the drawing board.
Vink has been #1 in the world for just over a year now. In any mind to relinquish it. 6-3, there were signs occasionally, sporadically anyway, that Schroeder could make a match of this, but just can't do it consistently enough and for long enough. That's why the first set went the way of Vink, who will serve first in the second set.
15 on.
Good way to start with first ace. They are countrymen. They play together in doubles, and well, there's a very good reception from Vink to that shot. Fully appreciated that.
$30-15. 40-15.
Cheap error, just giving it away, isn't it? It's sort of been one step forward, one step back today for Schroeder, who's come up with a really good point we saw on that return on the forehand. And then it's just a cheap error. He hasn't been able to string anything together, well, not for long enough anyway.
40-30.
Yeah, gets applause back from his compatriot on the other side of the net. To that very nice bit of work around the net. First game is secured for Niels Vink, who leads 6-3 first set, 1-love second set. And hard to see the pattern of this match changing a great deal.
I think Schroeder needs to have a little bit of a helping hand from Vink, doesn't he? He needs his level to drop off a little bit. But I think when you're in Schroeder's position with the score it is now, you've just got to think about, I've got to try and hold on to my service games, got to keep my side of the scoreboard going and just try and take any opportunities he can, but he's got to try and find a little bit more level of consistency.
15.
First serves are going to help him a lot. One thing you do know with Sam Schroeder, he's never going to give up. He's a very positive character.
$15.
Problem is that second serve does really sit up and say, hit me, and he does. And doesn't get that first serve in, you just fear for his progression in a rally, because Vink's all over that second serve.
Looking at the stats back from that first set though, you saw the numbers in it. I mean, I'm not 100% sure they were correct, but Schroeder's actually winning more points behind the first serve than Vink was. I wasn't sure that I really agreed with that.
He's not winning too many in his second serve. I think that we can be an agreement on. The second serve's not producing too much. That's a good case in point.
Then it just sits up in the slot on the Vink forehand. Maybe he's going to have to try and change a little bit of the direction. Obviously it can be quite tricky just with the grip he has in terms of being able to manoeuvre that racket and the contact point.
Vink, ball change, please. New balls.
I'm afraid it definitely has that kind of look that it's going to take a lot for him to transform the nature of this match now. Vink has got him pretty much where he wants him. Can't find enough first serves. Second serves are being eaten up by the world number one and his fellow Dutchman. Big job to do here. Vink has an easier one in terms of take it to 3-love, which he'll do if he holds on to his serve here. New balls as well. He's upping the tempo of this match, isn't he? Much more intensity now from the number one.
Well, he was just toweling off after that previous game. He just had a little look over to his coach and just gave him the nod. Very happy with what his players doing out here today.
30 love.
Yeah, I don't think he's in any mood to hang around. You know, from the Dieder de Groot that there's an event in Holland taking place later this week, which I think he's probably at as well. So we'll have to get a bit of preparation time back in his native Netherlands this week.
$30-15.
Just missing.
We could make it absolutely clear he was calling it as well. Not just the lines judge, but the server absolutely sure that he wanted to put that view across.
40-30.
Yeah, he's had some winners and some very good winners in the match, just not enough of them.
That's how close to the line though it's got to go to get it away from Vink. This time finding the right edge of the line.
Vink leads by 3 games to love.
And again, like most number ones, whether we're talking about the women's singles or the men's singles, the number one is there for a reason, because they can change their game up at will.
And at the most important moments as well, isn't it? You just see, found his best tennis, especially in that first set when he needed to. I know he dropped his serve at 5-2, but then put on the afterburners, and again, he's just really come out dominant, changing body language as well. It feels, you know, we're sat right next to this court, and the intensity that he's bringing has gone up another level, and I think that's when he plays his best tennis as well. And I love watching him, and I love watching the energy that he brings to the court.
Yes, he sure has had 9 wins over his doubles teammate, but it doesn't look like number 10's coming anytime soon. What we want to do is just try and hold on to his serve. This has been the big issue, the big problem he's had during the course of this game, is that he's been giving away his serve really rather than Vink winning it. Love 3. Keeping this set, this one has to be a hold. Well, he had to go for 2 bounces that time. He had no choice, but it seems when you got that little bit of extra time to think, mind starts racing and all kinds of different combinations come into your brain.
You want to play tennis instinctively, don't you? Try and take the decision-making process out of it as much as possible, and when you let the ball bounce twice, you just give yourself an extra millisecond to doubt yourself, make a different decision than you were going to.
$15-30.
Facial expressions say a lot. Looking across at Schroeder's face, there's a kind of forlorn look about it, like certain inevitability being what's going to come next.
I know that feeling. I've had it on far too many occasions when I've been playing, and as a player, it's really not a very nice feeling. Like the match is being taken out of your hands, and it's not really too much that you can do about it.
Well, he's trying everything he knows, but much is working. 15-40, 4-love lead for Vink.
Sometimes you do have to hold your hand up and say to an opponent, too good.
If you can get a few more first serves in, it's running out of time, admittedly. May not have enough time to change the course of events, but a few more first serves like that, the game becomes very different.
Game, Vink.
But the inevitable conclusion, here's what it is.
Vink leads by 4 games to love.
Vink has another break, double break, as he had in the first set, 4-love, and we may not have too much longer to concern ourselves over this quad singles final. Looks like potentially be another 2023 win for Vink over Schroeder. That was tight. Instinctively, a player normally knows.
Yeah, you do. But I suppose you can't argue with someone who's sat right on the line. Although players do tend to argue no matter what.
Yeah, they do.
They are quite stubborn individuals.
You normally know how it feels off the racket, don't you? Where it leaves it.
Love 30.
I think that second serve would have felt good off the racket. Really got a lot of work on the ball.
A smile and a grimace at the same time. Two break points for Schroeder. Yeah, not quite what he had in mind in terms of speeding his progress up towards that second set. Just a little hiccup in proceedings, and Schroeder is not going to get bageled in this one. 6-3 to Vink in the first, 4-1 with Schroeder about to serve, and that was a case really of Vink giving the game away to Schroeder rather than Schroeder winning it.
Yeah, it was. But I think there was still positives from Vink, though. The errors that he did make were the right shots to go for. He just missed them by fractions. But I think if you're a coach watching your player do that, as long as you've got the intent behind what you're doing, I don't think you mind too much.
Look at this, the umbrella's out. Not for rain today. There's a sunshade for the players. How about
Surely
that?
not.
Wow. What a change in 24 hours. If you were sitting here, well, you wouldn't have been sitting here 24 hours ago because you'd been getting absolutely drenched. We had persistent rain and heavy rain at that all the way through Saturday. That's why if you weren't with us, we had to move indoors. All the finals yesterday and all the semi-finals were held inside, but I'd say it's mostly, as look around, blue sky, very light grey clouds, and then rain bearing at the moment anyway. Forecast is set fair, so at least the middle of the afternoon. So I'm hoping all finals are going to be completed in due course. One already out the way, second one well advanced. Vink first set, 4-1. Schroeder now on serve.
Love 15.
Just look for the drop shot. Didn't get it quite right there.
I was watching Schroeder quite closely there, just trying to work out what his next move should be after his last shot. And it was kind of betwixt and in between. Didn't really know which way to go. Vink helped him. Still making some uncharacteristic errors though. Almost there, as far as Vink is concerned. One game away now. 5-1. Ball's back on his racket. The Dutchmen can celebrate their Dutch women's team making it through to the quarterfinals of the Women's World Cup. Looks like in a few minutes' time, Vink could be able to celebrate winning the British Open for a second time. Good preparation for him for the US Open just a few weeks away. Now, he would love to have been able to bottle that shot and bring it out on numerous occasions, because that was right on the baseline. It's about as deep as he could have got that.
That's happened too often, hasn't he? We've seen a great winner off the Schroeder racket. That backhand was one of the best he's produced all match, and then a fairly routine forehand return, just pushed it into the tram lines. And then another one.
That's what I mean. I think it's so frustrating for a player like that to know you've got that in your locker, and occasionally you can produce it, but not regularly enough.
Yeah, it is one of the most frustrating things, because you just think to yourself, why can't I do this every point? Not always easy though. You've got to respect what your opponent's giving you as well, and sometimes they just don't give you the opportunities that often to be able to come up with shots like that.
Not quite yet. 30-40. Chance for Schroeder to extend this final just a little bit longer. Great cut-off.
That is so delicate. Really hard when it's dipping at the feet. You could see he'd made his mind up. He was moving forward. Schroeder did really well with the passing shot, but just such soft hands, just cut under the ball so nicely. Took all the pace off the ball.
Well, lucky to get away with that, because he was betwixt and between what he was going to do. Let it bounce a couple of times. You can tell from the grimace on his face that he'd made the wrong choice, but helped out by his Dutch teammate. And that brings up the first championship point for Niels Vink. It's right, the old coconut shy. Have another go. Not quite happening yet. Back to deuce.
Advantage, Vink.
Will be annoyed. Set himself up nicely for that shot. Knew where it was coming. Knew it was in his hitting arc, but wasn't able to clear the net. So there we go. Championship point number 2 for Niels Vink.
Deuce.
That's the error on that again. Schroeder just clinging on.
Advantage, Schroeder.
Long on that. Finding it hard to get over the line considering how many times he's done it. This is proving to be a bit of a trial for him. And he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. 2 championship points or no championship points. They're not going to happen for a while now.
5 games to 2.
So Schroeder digs in for 2-5.
Following a similar pattern to that first set, isn't it? Where he had the chance to serve it out, but just couldn't quite do it. Schroeder just finding a way to get the break. Still in full control though, Vink.
We can, though, see there's enough evidence from what we've seen today as to why he did beat him at the Australian Open this year.
Yeah, of course he possesses a lot of weapons. He's able to do it. It's just today, for some reason or other, he just hasn't been able to do it consistently. And it's always tennis is just one of those things. It's can you bring that level of tennis consistently? And you know, it's not always about playing 10 out of 10. It's about how often can you put a 7 out of 10 on the court. And unfortunately for Schroeder today, there's been a few too many times where he's sort of had 4 or 5 out of 10, and Ving's pretty much had a 7 out of 10 game the whole way through.
In recent times, the only time he's beaten him in straight sets has been on grass. So maybe his game's a bit more attuned to that surface than this, but well, he's still in it. Whilst the numbers haven't reached 6 yet, he's still in with a chance. He's got some serves to try and catch up on. 2-5.
I saw a match on the ATP tour the other day. Someone was 6-4, 5-love advantage up, and they ended up losing 7-6 in the third. So never say never.
No, it can happen. It can happen. So it can be a big retrieving job for him to get out of this hole, though. Yeah, unlucky. Again, that just didn't bounce back up. So able to lift it up enough. Well, we've had 2 championship points already on the racket of Niels Vink. So now Schroeder is going to have to do some Herculean work to stop it being number 3. And he can't. And there's the big yelp. And there's the big punch. Double fist punch from Niels Vink. And he's done it again. 2nd British Open title. And 2023 is going pretty nicely, thank you. With the exception of the Australian Open, he's only lost 1 game on hard court this year.
World champion, Niels Vink.
He's done it again. That's the delight of the Dutch fraternity in the crowd, and to the mostly British members of that audience.
And once again, the presentation
thoroughly enjoying,
on court very shortly.
smiling, happy. Niels Vink had every reason to be. He's got the job done yet again, and this is how he managed to do it.
And just see how much that meant to him, and pretty much from start to finish, he was the dominant force out there, wasn't he? He was the one who was dictating proceedings, and all came down to serve, holding his service games very comfortably. And Schroeder just wasn't able to do the same, wasn't able to get into too many of Vink's returning games. And you look at the total points won, fairly dominant in terms of that as well. A lot more breakpoint opportunities created as well from the #1 seed. And he's got to be pretty happy with his performance leading into the US Open after today.
Yeah, there'll be elements of things that he'll want to work on. There was a couple of little dips, actually in both sets, both first set and second set. And he had 2 championship points before he managed to take the 3rd on the Schroeder serve. So he won't be totally happy. No player ever is with their performance, even in a 6-love. 6-love, there's still elements you can work on, but he's going to take a mighty fine performance from anybody else in New York in a few weeks' time to beat this man for the US Open title. very content with his week's work, as well he might be. And that's double Dutch today, with Dida winning the women's singles earlier on. The Dutch have more success with Niels Vink in the quad singles. They're not going to win 3 in a row because it'll be a Brit up against a Belgian next. But that was an all-Dutch affair, as indeed probably most likely the US Open final will be. Will be a repeat of this in a few weeks' time. Flushing Meadow, we're getting all the ball boys and ball girls and all the support staff in a line for making sure Kirsty's absolutely regimentally putting them in their right order, in the right places. Make sure that we can see all the lines judges, the umpire, and the
time now then for the presentation for our men's singles quads final here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. To conduct the presentation, please say we're joined once again by the tournament director, Kirsty Thompson, and the LTA president and big supporter of wheelchair tennis, Sandy Proctor. So as before with our previous presentation, lots of thank yous, so we'll group these ones all together and do a big round of applause at the end. But a big thank you to our LTA officials and your chair umpire, who is Sue Baker, your ball crew, our amazing events team, all our volunteers, Karen and the driving team who've done a great job all week, Jamie who's been doing our wheelchair repair, all of the ground staff and Lexus, and all of our partners and sponsors. Once again, a big thank you to all of you for coming out and showing your support throughout the week here at Nottingham. So our runner-up this year then at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. Please put your hands together for Sam Schroeder. Sam, commiserations. Obviously not your year this year. Obviously very difficult, I'm guessing, to play someone you know so well. But how would you sum up this week for yourself?
Yeah, of course. Played against Niels plenty of times already, and pretty much every tournament we played the final against each other. So it's always difficult matches. So I really had to be at my best level to play to win today, and I wasn't. So a little bit disappointed with that, but I think yeah, Niels deserved to win today. So yeah.
This has been a busy summer, and preparations will continue heading to the US Open as well. Just talk us through how you're feeling at the moment, preparations-wise. In a good place moving for the final bit of the year?
Yeah, well, you know, I think right now just a little bit disappointed, but overall I think it's been a good, good couple of weeks of preparing for this tournament and of course the US Open. We have the European Paralympic Games, kind of mini Paralympic Games coming up next week as well, or well tomorrow actually. So I'll be going straight towards that, and then yeah, towards the US Open again. It's been good so far. The preparations have been great. I think now the key is just to be able to show it on court as well.
Amazing. We wish you well for that. It's been a pleasure to have you here all week, and wish you well for the remainder of the year as well. Please put your hands together for Sam Schroeder. And time now then to crown your Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship winner. It's Niels Vink. Niels, congratulations. Another trophy for that trophy cabinet. For someone of such a young age, that trophy cabinet's pretty full already, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty full. Especially this year, because since Australian Open, I haven't lost a singles match, so I'm pretty happy with my level and with those results.
Some incredible performances this week as well. How have you found it being here at Nottingham? I know the weather's not been the British summertime we're all hoping for, but it seems like everyone's had a good time, and you've been playing some really good stuff.
Yeah, in the beginning of the week I needed to get used to the hardcourt because before the clay season that was the last time I played on hardcourt. But it's always special to come back here because I won my first Super Series tournament over here. So I'm really happy to do it for the second time now.
Amazing. Sam mentioned there obviously he's off next week for the Europeans and preparing for the US. Is that the same for you now, your preparations for the rest of the year?
Yeah, tomorrow I go to Rotterdam for the Para Games and then train a couple of weeks and then US Open and hopefully to play my best tennis again.
Amazing. We wish you well for that as well. And we look forward to seeing you back here again next year and back on British soil for more competitions in the coming years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your champion here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, Niels Vink.
Always welcome here. And always gets the crowd applauding and smiling and enjoying.
Down today here at Nottingham. One more to go. We've got our men's singles final on the way next.
As you mentioned, just that one defeat. The Australian Open in 2023 to Sam Schroeder. Otherwise, it's been a clean bill of health ever since.
On the way shortly.
And next up, last final of the week will be, well, in some people's eyes, the big one. It'll be the men's singles final. World number 2 and number 1 seed here, Alfie Hewitt up against Joachim Gerard of Belgium. And their head-to-head record 19-15. But this year, Alfie's just about got the better by 3-1, but we'll see whether that materializes later on today. Gerard in decent form yesterday with his win against Fernandez. And Alfie Hewitt came through fairly comfortably in his against De La Puente. So we'll see what materializes in the men's singles final. That'll be along in about 10 to 15 minutes time.
So just to give you a bit of a timings update, just been speaking to our tournament referee, and the plan is to get underway with our next final at 1:10 So if you do want to grab a quick refreshment or a quick bite to eat, you've got 10 minutes before our players will be joining us on court for our men's singles final here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships.
Bij Max Verstappen gingen ze wel kapot.
Ja.
Nee. Oké.
I'm just going to come back for one, and then I'll come closer in a minute. I'm just going to get them a bit. But the problem is you're going to have to snap the tower out. Ready? Ready? There you go. Okay. No props. Thanks for coming again, guys.
Our final action of the competition here then on centre court at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. It's our men's singles final. And a warm welcome to our ball crew and also our LTA officials and your chair umpire, who is Ben Anderson. You'll notice that Ben is joined by Matt Knudsen, who's part of the Under-14 LTA Pathway Programme. He's going to assist him with the coin toss. This week Matt has formed a good friendship with Miki Takuye, one of our Japanese players. They've been exchanging notes and having a hit, so great bit of development here as part of our Futures Programme this week. And Matt will be assisting with the coin toss very shortly. So our players make their way into the middle of the court for the coin toss. Please show your appreciation for our two finalists, Alfie Hewitt and Joachim Gerard. And thank you once again to Matt Knudsen for conducting our coin toss. As the players get warm, let's give you some information, starting off with number 4 seed from Belgium, Joachim Gerard. Belgium is a former world number 1, currently ranked world number 3. Gerard has won 2 Grand Slam singles titles, both in 2021 at the Australian Open and the Wimbledon Championships. He has 4 doubles titles, including the 2014 French Open, 2017 Australian Open, and the 2019 Australian Open, as well as the 2019 Wimbledon Championships. Gerard has also won the singles title at the Wheelchair Tennis Masters in 2014, 16, 18 and 19, as well as the doubles in 2014. And he also competed at the 2020 Summer Paralympic Games. Journey so far in this competition had a bye in round 1. In round 2, it was a straight set victory, 6-love, 6-love against Monroe. Quarter-final beat British player Gordon Reid, 7-5, 3-6, 7-6. And victory in the semi-final against Gustavo Fernandez, winning 6-1, 6-4. Please show your support and appreciation for Joachim Gerard. He takes on the number 1 seed here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships this week. From Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt. It's the British number 1 and world number 2, and his 25th Grand Slam title in July at the All England Club Wimbledon, with doubles partner Gordon Reid and finished runner-up in the men's singles final. Hewitt and Reid won their 5th Wimbledon men's doubles title this year. Yesterday, won a hat-trick of doubles titles here in Nottingham. Alfie became the first British player to win the British Open men's singles title in 2021. And that was when he and Gordon also claimed their 2nd title. 3-time Paralympic silver medalist. 25 Grand Slam titles, including 18 doubles with Gordon Reid and 7 singles Grand Slam titles, and was awarded an OB in the King's Birthday Honours List. Journey so far, this competition, round 1 was a bye. Round 2 victory versus Suzuki 6-4, 6-love. Quarter-final 3-set victory versus Stefan Houdet, 7-5, 2-6, 6-3, and a semi-final victory yesterday morning against Martin De La Puente. Appreciate your appreciation for the #1 seed from Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt.
Well, as you might expect, a really good reception for the world #2.
Between the two, with Alfie winning 19 of these.
The British #1, Alfie Hewitt gets his introduction up against the world #6, Joachim Gerard of Belgium.
So it is
9 years separates them. 34 encounters behind them. This will be number 35.
We'll hand you over to your
in
chair
terms of the
umpire, Ben
head-to-heads
Anderson.
in 2023. Alfie Hewitt has had the better of those exchanges. They've met 4 times, twice on hard court, both won by Hewitt. Second of the Georgia Open going to 3 sets. Only win for Gerard was on grass. It wasn't at Wimbledon, it was in the Queen's Club encounter. Gerard won in 3, 7-5 in the 3rd. Wimbledon a relatively straightforward 6-3, 6-4 victory. Well, it's only a 2nd meeting. I was really surprised just before we came on air talking about the fact that they've played each other for 11 years. And this is actually the 2nd time, only the 2nd time they've actually played at the British Open. Have to go back to 2017 for their last encounter, and that was 2 tie-break sets won by Alfie Hewitt back in 2017. But they've played each other a lot since then. And we know that if I was looking for a word to describe the Gerard game, I think, Anna, it might be power.
Yeah, you just look at the size of his shoulders, don't you? And the way that the ball comes off the racket, there's a real echo to it. Got so much brute force behind him, but he's also got a really delicate touch. He's got that slice, he's got those soft hands, and he's just got that all-round game that can cause Alfie Hewitt problems.
Umpire is called Ben Anderson, but look at him in the chair. He actually looks a bit like Benny Anderson out of ABBA. Don't think he's going to break into song at any moment, but
what a shame.
Yeah, we'll get enough singing from Alfie Hewitt, don't we? So we probably don't need the accompaniment from the umpire today. And obviously Alfie looking for another win here in Nottingham. First successive meeting in Britain this summer after Queen's and Wimbledon. And 7 Grand Slams now to Alfie's titles. Got a chance of a 4th US Open in just a few weeks' time. As far as Joachim Gerard's concerned, 2021 was the big year for him. Australian Open victory and Wimbledon victory. I always think a player with his all-round ability really should have had more Grand Slams than 2.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was surprised like you. You thought with the game that he possesses and the way he's able to blow people off the court with his power, you'd have thought maybe he would have got another couple of Grand Slam titles, but there's still plenty of time to change that.
Well, there is, say, 9 years between them. Alfie 25, Gerard 34. You wouldn't think to look at him because he keeps himself in terrific nick. Will not become the first wheelchair test medalist for Belgium at the Paralympic Games when he won the bronze medal in Rio. And he's been top of his game. He's always been there or thereabouts in the top 5 or 6. He is in his lowest rankings now, number 6. Actually just working his way back up to 6 when he was at 7. And he's going to serve first, put the first marker down in the last final here at Wimbledon at Nottingham this week. Men's singles final between Hewitt and Gerrard. A big part of this encounter between these two will be that first serve from Gerrard, which is a rocket. One thing that we can predict even at this stage, that's only the second game, the second point of the first game, is we're going to get some very entertaining rallies.
Yeah, we are. Both players really are able to use all areas of the court. We talked about their power, both sides of the net endlessly, but they've also got that ability to use the drop shot, use the slice.
First, it came down with snow on it. It went so high from Alfie Hewitt there, and kind of knocked Gerrard off his game just a little bit. It was a defensive lob, but it went massively high. By the time it came down to terra firma, Gerrard wasn't quite sure what to do with it.
One of the standout shots for Hewitt yesterday against De La Fuente was the return. The winners were just free flowing off the racket. Is going to be able to have the same success against the Gerrard serve today.
Gets those lost causes back, doesn't he? Time after time, there is no ball he will not go for. 13-14. It should be a terrier. I'm sure in dog capacity he would be, because the way he just chases balls like it's, or maybe a retriever might be the most appropriate dog breed for Hewitt. He's got an early break point here. Goes long, and first blood to the Briton. Break in the opening service game from Gerrard. And that's exactly what they wanted. Alfie Hewitt on the front foot. Very aggressive, great service returns. Really putting pressure on.
It's okay for you? Yeah, I will be on the fence.
Sure what that was about.
I think it's just about where he was going to place the towel. Yeah, got to make sure it's just off to the side.
Because where it went the other day, can't go now because there's a lines judge in the way. It's right in front of us, but there's a lines judge there now, so it can't go there. One love, Alfie Hewitt with the early break. Tell you what, he's up for this. He's more attuned to this, and I think I've seen him all week from the off. It did go long, but even so, I'll see him be doing stuff like that and being passive. I don't think you're going to see any passive nature for Hewitt today. Took all the way off it, did Gerard, but still got to it. Oh, for Hewitt. It's going to be one of those matches where he's just not going to give up on anything.
He wants to get this British Open title back, doesn't he? Wants to give the home crowd a great performance.
He tipped himself out of the chair as well then. So much was he putting the energy into that serve that the chair definitely rocked if it didn't quite roll. That's an unforced error from Gerard. Whole court open to him to place the ball particularly accurately. Did none of the above.
It's the right idea though, all stemming again from the return. Huge part of the Belgians' game, the return.
For service.
Crowd like that. He is a crowd pleaser. That there is no doubt. Especially he's maneuvering that wheelchair around the way that he does. Gets to every single ball and really was trying to open up that Gerard forehand. So he's backed up the break. Love to. First set on the Belgian serve.
For service.
Much different start from Alfie Hewitt today, isn't it, compared to what we saw in the quarter-final match against Stefan Houdet. Really didn't come out of the blocks, but today he's just meant business, hasn't he? You just saw that expression when they went up to do the coin toss at the net. There was fire in his eyes, that hunger.
And occasionally he will overhit because the adrenaline's flowing, but we'd rather see him do that than dump it in the net. Got a squeal there from Big Joe.
Normally that's what he does to opponents with his returns, but with shoes on the other foot today. But carrying on with his returning performance like he did yesterday against De La Puente.
see now if he's quite as focused as he is today.
Just the consistent pressure that he's put Gerard on in these opening 2.5 games. It's just been relentless. Hasn't given away any free points. He's hit with such aggression, such depth. The ball's just rearing off the court.
Well, he's got a chance here to go 3-love up in a matter of moments. And that's exactly what he does do. Wow, those 3 games came and went in a flash. And again, I was talking about Dida in a bit of a rush earlier today. I think Alfie's similarly wanting to get this one done and dusted. Don't want to take this to 3. Would like 2 short sets, thank you. And then he can start his preparation for Flushing Meadows in a few weeks' time.
Well, if this is anything to go by the opening 3 games, everyone else should be worried, shouldn't they? He's just come absolutely firing out of the blocks. Mentally, physically, he's there. He's so intense.
Yeah, you're right. From the other day when it was a slight slow build-up, slow burn, if you like, against Uday. Nothing like that today at all. Literally from point 1 right up to the end of game 3, it's been high intensity. And well, we know Gerard can match him normally for high intensity. He's not on the same plane. Yeah, he's got a chance to go 4-love up here. Just take all the wind out of the Belgians' sails. To see what Gerard can do, how he counteracts this, if indeed he can. Just pulled it. Otherwise, that would have been an absolutely superb way to end a cracking rally between these two.
That's what we've seen time and time again from this pair, haven't we, out there? It's such a ding-dong battle, back and forth. Again, both players just showing their movement around the court, showing their athleticism. That's the one he's known for, that early backhand return. Doesn't miss many of those.
He is taking the ball very early.
He always does that, though, on the returns. I've watched him a lot, especially at Queen's Club. Spent lots of time with his coach, getting his coach just to serve, and he's just grooving those returns, and he can just do it time and time again, whether it be on the backhand or on the forehand.
Take that.
I'm not sure I've seen Alfie Hewitt come out and play such good tennis, such consistently at the start of a match. Everything just seems to be going right. Everything stems from the forehand though, doesn't it? That's just a huge fundamental part of his game. When that's firing, everything else seems to follow.
Massive roar. Well, that's into play. There's a man on a mission today, of that there is no doubt. Double break, 4-love up, all coasting along very nicely for the Alfie Hewitt camp.
One thing about Joachim Gerard though is that he's not going to be phased by this. Takes a lot to get him flustered. He's just going to keep doing what he needs to do, keep maintaining his routines.
Love 15.
Characteristic. This is the first double. I'm liking this, and the crowd are loving it.
Bit of a procession, isn't it, so far from Alfie Hewitt? Sometimes you have one of those days where you're just in the zone. You almost don't even have to think about what you're doing. Don't happen too often, but make the most of them when they do come around.
Love 14.
Well, this is coming and going in a trice. Gerard hadn't even finished his service motion before that ball was past him.
I think there was even a little smile there from Alfie Hewitt. I think he can quite believe how well he started this match.
Well, just scared a bit too much on that, but love 40, or 40 love as far as he's concerned. You can do that kind of thing. I don't think I've seen you play better tennis than this. What are you done?
No, I don't think I have either. Especially for such a prolonged period of time as well. It's, you know, you can string a couple of games together and sometimes you'll have a little bit of a lapse, but to string 5 games in a row back to back with this level.
Right, so now I start checking to see if he's ever got a bagel against Joe. And I know Joe's got one against him. I can't find one, can you?
Yeah, I can.
Where is it?
It was back in 2017 at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha, but I think it's only happened once. Yeah, has only happened once. In all of their 34 meetings, it's only happened once. He's actually got a bagel against Joe. It just shows you how difficult they are to achieve.
Time.
He's on the verge of doing it now, but what he's got to do is, of course, hold his own serve now. 3 breaks of the Belgian serve. If he holds on to his then, it will be 6-love. It's happened a couple of times for Joe, but I say only the once. As the sun comes out, if he measures up where the ball needs to be in relation to the sun. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That deserves a fist bump.
He is treating the crowd to some unbelievable tennis today. This is not an easy shot, just to carve around the outside of the ball. Makes it look so simple. Even at that point, he's almost disappointed that he didn't win, isn't he? He's just craving every point out here.
For service.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Don't need them on serve.
I think I still want them on serve.
Okay. Tug of war between you and me. Making Gerard do things he doesn't want to do.
13-15.
There was a first little sign of frustration, wasn't there, from Gerard at the end of that rally?
He's just playing the lights out here.
And that's normally the return that Gerard wins so many points on, but this time it's just not quite finding the width, and it's just going straight into that cue at forehand, and he's barely missed the ball.
2 set points. I think he's going to get annoyed at me and he'd not get that point because he's giving that look. He's so in the zone today. I don't think I've ever seen him more focused in all the time I've been watching him. And that goes back to 2016. He is absolutely blitzed that first set.
Yeah, that's easily the best set of tennis I've seen from him for sure. From the start of this match, even from the warm-up, you could just sense the presence around him, and I'm sure maybe even he surprised himself a little bit there, but I think we've run out of superlatives to say from that set, haven't we? A look at that total points won, restricted Gerard to just 8 points. I'd love to know if Gerard's ever won fewer points in a match before. It was just pretty much nigh on perfect tennis from Hewitt. Everything he touched turned to gold. I think sometimes the dangerous thing when you have a set like that is, are you then able to keep it up? You've played flawless tennis. It's just, can one little thing knock you off? He's just got to almost forget that that first set happened. He's got to go back and just keep focusing on the process. What is it he needs to do out there, and just take it point by point. If you're Gerard, you're just praying that there's a slight drop, because if he carries on like that...
I can't believe he's going to keep that intensity up for 2 sets.
Yeah, it's tough. I think, you know, I've probably played thousands of matches in my career, but the amount of matches I can count maybe on 1 or 2 hands where I just played almost flawless tennis throughout the match was a handful if I was lucky.
Well, I'm sure that his doubles partner, Gordon Reid, is watching this on the stream and probably licking his lips at the thought of the US Open come up, because if this is Alfie getting into the groove for New York, then bring it on, quite frankly.
Also, I think if you're Takita Ora as well, maybe this is a little message to him. first return's anything to go by. He's not dropping his intensity one iota.
Oh, stop it. This is relentless.
Yeah, if you could bottle this up and sell it, you'd be a millionaire, wouldn't you?
Extra plate of spinach this morning. I don't know what it was, but something's working.
Whatever it was, I want some of it.
Yeah, me too. Come on. Come on. This is a masterclass.
40.
Maybe Gerard's going to pay him and ask him how much for the lesson by the time they finished.
He wants that world #1 spot back, doesn't he? Pretty clear. He's not happy with being #2. That is a service win to love.
Sometimes, though,
against
I think
Gerard.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes I think it's good. Obviously, Alfie's been at the top of the game now for so long and won so many titles, but not that he's complacent by any stretch of the imagination. But sometimes, if you've got someone coming up, challenging you, wanting to knock you off your perch, it just gives you that fire, doesn't it? And he just seems like he's got it in abundance today. Still only won the 8 points. Still can't get my head around that.
Joe, it's not your day, mate, I don't think.
Dirty love.
You're not being allowed to get into this match at all. And to add to everything else, that would be his first ace. Oh, he is human. He is human after all.
He said he was working on something to do with his serve. I'm not sure either of us have quite worked out what it is, but whatever it is, I think is working today. You can safely say that.
So 2 points for a 2-love lead. Gerard came in so far on that service return. Don't think I've ever seen him come in quite as far to try and negate the Hewitt serve, and he still couldn't win the point.
No, but also how accurate was he on the return as well? But then Hewitt was able to turn it around, get it back into an awkward position and force the error from Gerard.
Well, it is relentless. 8 straight games.
Now just the 9 points lost.
50 love.
10.
the crowd are even trying to get behind Gerard a little bit. As much as they want Alfie to win, they maybe want a little bit of a tighter contest.
30 love.
Oh, there'll be an ace. Points for his first game.
Game 0.
And he gets it. A couple of errors from Hewitt, which have been non-existent up to this point, allowing him to at least get on the board, so we're not going to get a double bagel. The cheese standing by just in case, but no. It is 2-1 with that early break. Well, you knew he couldn't keep up that level of intensity for 12 games.
No, he just did it for the 8 in a row. But it is tough to, like you say, keep that level of intensity. It's more, I think, the mental focus. And that's the toughest part about when you're playing like that. You're just in the zone so much. And there's always going to be a little bit of a dip. It's just how quickly he's able to overcome that dip. And we're talking just a tiny one there. Just a couple of errors, which we haven't seen so far today.
More interesting to see what he's doing on this serve, whether you can actually detect anything different from what we've seen over the years about the serve, because it's something that, you know, without being specific, he says, you know, he has had some games and matches this year that he's not been happy with this serve, so he's been doing a little bit of tinkering, a little bit of assessment, talking with his coaching staff about how they can improve it. Let's see whether we can analyse and detect what that might be.
He made that comment, didn't he, yesterday in the singles match when he served that double fault on match point, is saying something about every time it sort of gets to that situation. I don't know whether when it's those important moments he just doesn't quite back himself on the serve.
Love.
Go back behind the chair. Works pretty much every time, as long as you get it in court.
That blip looks like it was just for the one game. Straight back on it in this one.
No, unbelievable. Almost cracking a smile then, but the intensity is so much, he doesn't want to be showing those pearly whites at this stage. That can wait until he gets to the end of set 2, provided he goes on to win it, of course. 3-1, second set, after going through the first without a single blemish. 6-love.
For service.
Hewitt, this is your show reel. Oh, I'm running out of superlatives.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what to say anymore about this. Sometimes it's nice to just be able to sit back and enjoy a master at their craft.
But he'd like to bottle what he's got today, take forward into future matches. Gerard is having to work so hard to even be competitive in the rally.
Yeah, not only just to be competitive in the rally, he can't even win points out here, which is ridiculous, especially when you think back to when they played each other at the Queen's Club just a mere few weeks ago. He got the victory 7-5 in the third. Now he's, yeah, like I say, barely winning points.
And he expected to make that too.
Can't quite believe he's missed it, to be honest.
No, I can't. Roll of the eyes, a little grimace, a little annoyance. Still break point. Oh, and he's pulled two.
Yes.
What is going on?
Oh, come on. This is dreadful.
Worst performance I've seen.
Advantage, Gerard.
Well, a few points in that game. He wouldn't be quite so happy with. And visibly was not happy with. And Gerard does get his second game of the match. Second game of this set on the board. Still that break though. Abby Hewitt 3-2 up. It would be absolutely impossible to keep up that level of intensity, but you can just hear from the noise that Joachim Gerard is emanating right now just how hard he's having to work to even be competitive, if we can call it competitive, in this match.
Yeah, but to be fair, to his credit, he's done well to stick in there. It would have been easy for him to go that double break down, and you would have had to say the match would probably, with the way it had been going, pretty much done. But he just doesn't give up. And I think, you know, I hope Alfie's not going to rue those couple of breakpoint opportunities that he just missed there.
Time.
But that's the danger when you play someone like Gerard, though, that things can switch. He can suddenly catch fire like Alfie has in this match, and all of a sudden, at the drop of a hat, things can turn around.
Yeah, it's only the one break. So it's a comfortable looking scoreline for Abby Hewitt. Needs to back it up to make it 4-2. something that would be the bread and butter normally of Joachim Gerard. And that ball plenty of times to think about it, but the longer he thought about it, the worse it got. Right on the intersection of tram line and service line. Not the perfect place to put a serve. Not going to get to that. Not a day like today. Wind assisted or not.
40 love.
It's away from the racket of Joachim Gerard.
Anytime there has been a fraction of a dip from Alfie Hewitt, he's come straight back on it.
Another lion-like roar from Alfie Hewitt, putting every nerve and sinew into that serve, which takes him 4-2 up in the second, picking up that break he got earlier in the set. And it is hard to make a case for a Gerard reaction here.
Time is running out as well, isn't it? This is a must-win hold for the Belgian.
Alfie doesn't think so.
I think Alfie started calling his own lines as well out here.
He is being Superman today. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprising if he's got a bit of a brain fog at the moment. Just trying to work out a way of trying to get into this match, which he's never been in at any point. Well, should have been easy put away. Did allow the Belgium to go and break our microphone. How much they cost, Joe? That's okay. That's going to make you winnings. Long time in coming.
40.
But it didn't stay in court. That's what brought about that roar. I don't want to worry the Belgian, but they're already moving the presentation table around the court. I've seen it appear in my eye line, so presuming this has not got too much longer to go.
Hopefully he hasn't clocked that.
They may well be right.
Michael is just loitering as well for the presentation.
Come on, Joe, hurry up and get it done, mate. Well, unfortunately, on a day like today, there'll have to be two Joachim Gerard up against one Alfie Hewitt, because he is Herculean today. It's one of those days where you normally have a well-chosen phrase or a description, but if I had a page of superlatives, I think I would have had to have used them all up by now, because this man has been immense.
Yeah, he has. Like you say, I don't have any words left to describe his performance today. It's just been a pleasure to be here and also just be courtside as well.
Well, they are all enthralled, and well, they might be, because they're seeing a masterclass. Don't use that word lightly either.
I'm sure the staff there in the picture are going to be pretty happy if they want to ever show Alfie a match of what to do. This is the one that they're always going to go back to, isn't it?
Well, all he needs to do now is see it out. Balls are back on his racket. 4 more points, and he becomes British Open wheelchair tennis champion again. It's 1 down, 3 to come.
15 love.
Fist bump.
13 love.
Doesn't need to come on, because he's been coming on since the very first point of the match. Make that 3 championship points in next to no time. Joe agrees on that one.
To be honest, I'm not sure it's going to make too much difference.
I don't think it is either. Tennis of the very highest order. You will not see a more dominant performance in men's wheelchair tennis than we have just witnessed from the world number 2. He has been on another level. He has been spectacular. He has been,
ladies and gentlemen, the Lexus British Open
absolutely
Wheelchair Tennis Championship winner, Alfie Hewitt.
You can safely say that was a procession, wasn't it, from start to finish? Barely put a foot wrong the whole match.
The presentation will take place
pretty much giving him a standing ovation, as they rightly should. What we've just witnessed here, and a little look over to his camp, I think they're pretty happy, aren't they? Everyone here in the stands is.
Well, there are certain days where you just, if you're the opponent of a player who's just playing the lights out, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Yeah, just look at these figures.
I mean, you just look at the total points one, that's pretty much all you need to look at. 18 points compared to 51. It just wasn't a contest, was it? As soon as Alfie Hewitt got those gears going in the opening set, there was just no stopping him. Couldn't even create a break point opportunity, Gerard, which is really unheard of, considering returning is pretty much one of the strongest parts of his game, and it just shows how dominant Hewitt was in every aspect. And I think mentally he was just so strong. Such an impressive performance.
Well, I predicted, on the evidence of what we saw from the 2 semi-finals, they would go 3. It barely went. Well, he didn't even get 3 games. He didn't go 3 sets. He didn't even get 3 games against Alfie Hewitt in the end. 6-love, 6-2. So we've seen a lot of Alfie since his big breakthrough year 2016. I don't believe he's ever played better than that.
I would love to ask him, to be fair. I'm sure he's got to say it's been up there, at least definitely in the top 3, if not top 2, top performance overall. But those are the types of things you've got to figure out. What is it you've done during the day? What did he do yesterday? Was it a different warm-up or whatever? But if you can figure out what it is and be able to replicate that over and over again.
It was from a completely different realm. That was tennis of a quality that hitherto I'm not really seen in men's wheelchair tennis. We've seen some great games, we've seen some great matches, we've seen
for the presentation here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship for the men's
join Michael for the presentations.
Singles final. Let's start with a round of applause for both of our players in our men's singles finals, Alfie Hewitt and Joachim Gerard. To conduct the presentation, once again joined by the tournament director, Kirsty Thompson, and the LTA president, Sandy Proctor. And for a final time, just want to extend our thanks to lots of people that have helped make this week go as smoothly as it has. So massive thank you to our LTA officials and your chair umpire for this match, that was Ben Anderson, and your ball crew. Big thank you to the events team, the volunteers, and Karen and the driving team. We can't do these events without the events team and the volunteers. So a massive thank you to every single one of them who's given their time this week to be part of this competition here in Nottingham. Big thank you to James again, who's been in charge of all our wheelchair repairs, and our grounds team, who have done a tremendous job all week. To Lexus and all of our partners and sponsors, and finally to you, the spectators. You really do add an extra level to it when you're here supporting all of our players and giving them lots and lots of support. So thank you very much to every single one of you who's come out today and throughout the week here in Nottingham. So your runner-up for 2023, please put your hands together for Joachim Gerard. Joachim, commiserations, not your day today, but a phenomenal opponent in that final today.
Yeah, it was not my day, I think, and Alfie played very well. It was, by the way, again. I think, yeah, I tried to find the solution, but I didn't, and congrats to him again.
It's disappointing for you today, but the week in general, how would you evaluate it once you go away from here with some good performances to get to the final?
Yeah, it was a good fight against Gordon. It was a long, very long match, and then yesterday the semi-final was amazing, so I wanted to continue like this, but today was not my day.
And for the rest that want to follow you for the rest of the year, what's next? Where are you off to? I'm guessing Europeans next week?
No, like some of us we don't do it, but US Open next tournament, so looking forward and maybe get my rematch at that moment.
We look forward to following you for the rest of the year. Please put your hands together for Joachim Gerard. And now for your champion. He won it in 2021 and he's done it again in 2023. The Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Singles Champion. Please give it up for Alfie Hewitt. Alfie, congratulations. I think a lot of people would like to know what you had for breakfast this morning, because I think that was one of the most convincing performances you must have ever had in a final.
Yeah, I'm not telling anyone, especially Joe, because if he hasn't as well, then he might do that to me. But yeah, no, that was up there in one of my best performances ever. So I'm glad you witnessed it today. Sorry, Joe. Congrats on a great week as well. But yeah, it was just really nice because the last 3 singles finals I've been in, I've ended up on the wrong side of what I'd hoped for. So it was nice to turn it around, and obviously the last singles final that I played as well. Some of you might have watched it, so it feels like a bit of a clean slate for me now, which is good to move on, and I'm glad I could perform like that in front of all you guys. So yeah, really delighted.
Yeah, amazing. It's been a great week for you as well. Obviously winning that doubles yesterday, we mentioned it was a bit of a double hat-trick in the doubles for you yesterday. Now getting this title for the second time as well. You must be really pleased with how the last kind of 3 or 4 months has gone over this summer.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get a bit more consistent in my game, and reaching finals is what we all strive to do. But I want to go one step further. It's not just collecting the runners-up. That is why I train day in, day out. But it's been an incredible summer. Me and Gordon have had quite a memorable one. It's definitely going to be up there in the future when we look back at our careers as one of the most special years, and I think it could be the turning point for wheelchair tennis, especially in Britain. The publicity that we've had over the last sort of 6 weeks has been phenomenal, and not something that we even imagined. So you guys turning up today, it's fabulous, and hopefully next year we can put on an even bigger and better show.
Yeah, massively. We look forward to that next year. Just finally, you mentioned that support. Gordon said yesterday it's the hardcore fans that come here to Nottingham and have been behind you all week. But how much of a difference does it make to you? When you rock up on court today, you've got loads of people in the grandstand getting behind you and giving you that support. Yeah, it makes a difference. It's just great. Whenever you win a point, obviously you get behind us, and if you lose a point, then you still get behind me anyway. So, it's brilliant, and it definitely gives us that little boost that we need sometimes out there, and sometimes there's going to be sticky patches on court, and to have the support like you guys have given us all week really helps us just get over the line. So keep following wheelchair tennis. We don't stop. We continue all year round. But yeah, looking forward to what next year has to bring. Alfie, we look forward to following you towards the end of this year and for next year as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the champion here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, Alfie Hewitt.
Well, I think I need to give you the chance to wrap up. Having heard what he said about
Alfie's sentiments, thank you so much for coming out and supporting today and throughout the week as well. There's lots of familiar faces we've seen over the last few days, so thank you so much for your support here.
Sat here with
I
jaws
do
on the
hope
floor,
you've enjoyed it. And as Alfie said, please do continue following the great support.
I would have been shocked if he hadn't said anything other than that was one of his best performances ever. I think what he's done for British wheelchair tennis and wheelchair tennis in general, and Gordon as well, and just to be able to bring crowds in like this, and the way they keep progressing the game and publicity they get, it's just fantastic. And for him to be able to put in a performance like he's just done today just tops another memorable week off.
Well, what's the question we were all asking about what he had for breakfast, and whether now he can carry that forward to the individual events of the US Open and obviously the wheelchair tennis. Well, he's always got Gordon as that guiding light and that stabilising influence when he gets to Flushing Meadows. We always fancy them to go on and win that, but he really wants that world #1 position back. He didn't say that in the interview, but you just get the impression he doesn't like being #2, doesn't like having to chase other people.
But that's what makes him so good, the fact that he's always striving for the best. He always wants to be the best. He said there in the interview he doesn't like collecting those runners-up trophies, does he? And unfortunately on a couple of occasions recently he's had to, and he said this is a clean slate in terms of, finally being able to get over the line, and it wouldn't surprise me if he goes on a run now. Winning is contagious.
Well, doubt very much if he'll win in more emphatic fashion at the US Open in a few weeks' time. He has been unbelievable today. I'm still getting my breath back after that performance. And we've seen straight sets wins all the way through today in all the 3 finals. Diaz de Groot coming through in 2 against Yu Zhenjian, and also Niels Vink getting a 2-set victory over his Dutch teammate Sam Schroeder. Been a great week here, hasn't it? Well, I know we've had a few weather issues, but that's obviously out of the hands of the organisers and everybody concerned with this. But it's been another good 5 days. In fact, getting into 6 days now in Nottingham.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gone from strength to strength, hasn't it? And like I said, it's just been a brilliant way to be able to finish another memorable week off here in Nottingham with such an incredible performance.
And I think that's the appropriate time for us to wrap things up here in Nottingham. Thank you for your company over the past 4 days. We've enjoyed having you on board. Hope you've enjoyed how we finished off here. Nothing to do with myself and Anna at all, but everything to do with the number 2 in the world, who's desperate to be back at number 1, Alfie Hewitt. Thank you to Alfie. Thanks to everybody involved in the week. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time. From Nottingham, it's goodbye.